All right, guys. I think we're back and we're live. We sounding all right? As best as we can for 7 I can't do 7 o'clock on the dot. So that's 7 plus 9 that we're 16 hours in. Is that right? We've got 8 more hours to go. That's all we know at this point. Yeah, that's all we know at this point. But it is completely different out here now than it was even 2 hours ago. Um, Everyone on Valley Avenue has got places to be. We've got a lot more traffic going on. The sun, I can't tell you how grateful, how excited I am to see the sun coming up behind the camera over the tent here. The sun is coming up, and we know what that means. It means that this really bright floodlight here can go off, and I can see the actual camera because right now, with how closely it is, I have no idea. I mean, I have a general idea of where the camera is, but yeah, excited to see the sun coming up. Excited to see Winchester, Valley Avenue come back to life a little bit, and just excited for some really cool conversations that are up and coming. I had mentioned that Fletcher, my little guy, is on his probably by this point on his way, and excited to sit down and have another conversation with him. And then followed up by Kit Molden, Jason Craig with Valley Health, Andy Gale from United Way. We'll be chatting with him here a little later this morning. Then some of our residents, along with our program staff, Rob Cups and Lisa Pace, will be joining us. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll be joining all 74, 76 other rescue missions in their conversations across the nation. And you can tune in live. Again, that's at 10 o'clock. That'll be a really exciting time to join. But I wanted to hop on here as the sun was coming up, as everything's kind of coming to life again. And I wanted to share with you a kind of a rhythm, a practice that I have every morning. And that is I start every morning with a devotional. And I use the YouVersion Bible app most every morning. Mondays, I'll say my Mondays are usually a little different because usually I start my Mondays off. I drop my boy off at school, and on my way in, I stop off at one of my favorite coffee shops. The staff has come to love one of their drinks, Doppio Bunny. And so if you are watching now or are going back and watching this on your way into work, I would encourage you to swing by Doppio Bunny. My favorite drink that they have there is the Valencian. It's a coffee with like orange zest. It's absolutely delicious. I think one of the best drinks on their menu. And so, yeah, my Monday mornings, I drop my boy off at school, swing by Doppio Bunny, and then I really use that Monday morning to kind of reset and plan my week, and I kind of center myself on some scripture, and I reflect on a word of the month. And so for the month of October, my word of the month is fear. And I know you might hear that and think, why would that be an inspirational word? But what I'm finding from it is I'm learning and reading about what it looks like to fear the Lord, and then taking that and looking at what are things that I fear and what are the things that I fear that hold me back from, I think, the great potential that that I have and that surrounds me. And so, so that's how I usually spend my Monday mornings. But every other morning, I usually just open up the YouVersion Bible app, and they have a daily devotional. And I would love to share that with you this morning. And so if you're interested in that app, again, it's the YouVersion Bible app, really quick, easy download. And today's verse of the day comes from John 10:10. And John 10:10 says, the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it to the full. Another version says, the thief's purpose is to steal and kill and destroy, where my purpose is to give them a rich and satisfying life. So I'm going to read you just the devotional that comes along with that. It says, the good life. Everyone on earth is searching for a good and meaningful life. We all want our lives to matter, to be filled with purpose and fulfillment, but we often search for fulfillment and meaning through things that cannot actually fulfill us. Many people try to find purpose in fame and admiration from other people. Others try to find fulfillment through material possessions. Still, others pursue a good life through working hard and building security through wealth. Unfortunately, none of these methods will bring true happiness of fulfillment in life. There will come a time when fame and fortune fades, when material possessions lose their charm, and when our security is no longer there. Jesus says this is the way the enemy works. The thief tries to steal our attention away from what truly matters by distracting us with earthly things that we think will satisfy. But this way only ends in death and destruction. Jesus says there's another way to find the good life. In John chapter 10, Jesus compares himself to a good shepherd who cares for and feeds the sheep in his pasture. Jesus says that he is the gate for the sheep to enter into the courtyard. And while speaking in metaphors, Jesus is saying that anyone who wants to gain true access to salvation must come through him. Jesus also says that it is through him that we will find true life. And it is only through trusting in Jesus and following him that we can experience life to the fullest. Fulfillment and meaning come through following Jesus as our shepherd rather than following the world around us. It says, take some time to think about the way that you're searching for fulfillment and meaning in your life. Are you finding it through material possessions? Are you finding it through relationships? Are you finding it through successes? Or are you following Jesus and trusting in him to produce meaning and purpose in your life? Jesus is the good shepherd, and he wants you to lead you into a fulfilled, abundant life. So continue to trust in him and follow him, because abundant life can only be found in Jesus. I love this devotional so much, especially that ending. We've talked about over the last many of hours, talked about our hope here at the Rescue Mission is not to just provide, people opportunities for safe shelter and nutritious, warm food, but to really find abundance in life and experience the goodness that can come with interdependence. And so when we read again that Jesus is the good shepherd and he wants to lead us into a fulfilled and an abundant life, we know that abundant life can really only be found in him and in him alone. So I'm so excited about that. And the reflection and the encouragement is, are you listening to your enemy, who again comes to seek, kill, and destroy? Or are you listening to your Savior, Jesus Christ? And so I'm going to open us up in prayer. Do you want to come pray with us? You want to come pray with me? Yeah? All right. My favorite young man is joining us. Would you like to sit and pray with me? It's so good to see you. I love you. All right. Can you help me read this prayer?
That's way too long.
No, you know that first word. All right, would you join us in prayer, guys? You want to read?
God, I know that
True
true
joy
joy
and satisfaction
and satisfaction
can only be found in you,
can only be found in you,
the
the
giver of
of life.
Good. I pray against all the distractions of the enemy.
I can't.
Help me as I face daily attacks on my time, my attention, and energy. empty my life of any lies and false securities. I trust that you know best and will always lead me to life. In Jesus' name,
Amen.
amen. All right, man. Amen. Well, guys, thanks for sharing that devotional with me.
I just got
I'm not necessarily talking to you. I'm talking to the camera there that's right in front of Mr. Brian. So how did you sleep, man? You look like you slept. You're very tired. Oh man, you did not sleep. You had to get woken up? You did? Yeah. Oh yeah, really tired. I get that. I get that. I've been up almost all night long. Yeah, almost all night long. Hey, I got maybe 30 minutes of sleep.
not very long.
Yeah, it's not very much, but I've gotten to have some really cool conversations with let's see, you remember Mr. Brandon? Okay. Yes, you would totally remember Mr. Brandon. But I got to have some conversations with friends who work at, how cool is this, rescue missions all across the United States. Yeah. So there's people that, just like Mr. Brian, works here at the mission, and Mr. Sam and Mr. John and Miss Lisa work at the rescue mission. There are really incredible people who work all across the U.S. to help people who aren't in need of housing and lots of love. So how cool is that? Yeah. So I've gotten to meet with them. Nope. I'm gonna hold it. So what are you most looking forward to today? Today's Friday. What are you most looking forward to?
Making new friends.
I love that. You're so good at making new friends. And tell us, in your opinion, Fletcher, in your expertise, what is the best way to make new friends?
I already did that yesterday.
Tell me again, because I forgot. I've been up for so long.
First you really ask their name and
Ask their name. Okay.
and then you ask how old they are,
Debatable, but okay. Yes, you can ask how old they are.
and then you would like ask if they would like to be their friend, and if they said yes, you could probably play with them another day.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that. I think that's brilliant. You've got that down to a science. I think you're great at that. Let's see. And soccer practice. How was soccer practice last night? Good. Yeah. Great. Excited about that.
I'm more excited about my soccer game tomorrow.
Well, I hate to do this on live feed, but you actually have a break from soccer this weekend. Just because you just get a regular break. You have like usually one weekend every season where you don't have a soccer game, but we'll get to do something fun. I'm probably going to be pretty tired at the end of this, so after school today, I think I'm going to come pick you up, and then we might just hang out and watch a movie, and I'll probably fall asleep pretty early. So how cool is that? Yeah. Hey, I like this jacket that you're wearing. Yeah, you've got lots of jackets. Tell me about this blue jacket that you're wearing.
I don't really know.
Yeah, you don't. Whose is it,
Mine,
or whose was it?
yours.
Yeah, it was mine. It's got horses. So, fun fact: I've had this jacket since,
You are 6.
yeah, probably since I was 6. So I don't know how long that is, but long enough. So yeah, and it now fits you, which is pretty cool. All right, why do you think what we do at the rescue mission is important? You've grown up around the rescue mission. Why do you think what we do is important?
Because it's mostly just about helping people, and like if people are sick you would probably need to like help them,
Mhm.
and if they need a new house you would help them. It's all about helping.
You're right. Yeah, and I love how much you enjoy hanging out with me here. I really do. I love having you here with me. So thanks for joining me on the bench. Are you excited about another day at school? Yeah. What's today's special?
Onion.
Do you remember? Big Jim, Little Jim.
We already did Big Jim.
Okay.
Science.
What
I
science?
hope.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I like science too a lot. It's fun.
I know we're gonna do a real science experiment.
A real science experiment. What kind of science experiment, or do you know?
I don't know which type, but I know we're going to do an actual one.
Oh, cool. I love science. Well, I can't wait to hear all about your day when I pick you up from after school today. Is there anything else that you would like to share to everyone that's watching? Okay.
Um, this is just fun facts about me. My favorite color is aqua. Um, I really like dinosaurs. My favorite dinosaur is Carnotaurus, and I just really like who would win books because then it makes me really curious about like who has the advantages, who would win, and like who's bigger. And I just like mostly the size and speed.
Yeah. I love how much you love to learn. I think that's a great quality about you. And I can't wait to learn lots of new things with you. I think you got to get ready to go to school, love bug. But hey, thanks for joining me on the bench. I hope you have the best Friday ever. Do you want to pray for us for the rest of the morning and then you can go on and get going? Okay. All right, man. Is it okay if I pray for you? Pray with you? Here, take a seat and I'll pray with you, okay? Cool. All right. Hey, God, just thank you so much for the beautiful gift of today. Thank you for Fletcher Kane and just the joy that he brings and the energy and the love that he brings. I pray for a great day at school for him and for his classmates and everyone there at school. And God, I just lift up the rest of this day, the next couple of hours. With the other rescue mission leaders all across the U.S. Who are bringing glory and honor to you, raising some money raising funds and raising awareness and having some conversations around homelessness and God, just your people. And I pray that the next couple of hours is that we recognize and honor you. And I just thank you for this opportunity. It's in your son Jesus' name that we pray. Amen. All right, young man, I love you. Make it a great day. I can't wait to see you this afternoon. Yep, that's Mr. Kit, and I get to have a conversation with him next. All right, man. Love you lots. Make it a great day. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye, Fletcher. Bye, dude. Love you. All right. So that was one of my favorite favorite young men. Fletcher, and yeah, I just love being his mom. Yeah, awesome. All right, Kit, come on up. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Feel free to take a seat
How
wherever.
are you?
I'm quite well. I'm grateful that it's not nearly as cold as it was last
Good.
time you were here.
It's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there. Oh, yeah, that microphone. Would you mind snagging that? Ooh. Hey, Fletch, do you show gratitude? Well, good to see you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Thank you
Yep.
for coffee and donuts. Yeah, excited to have you. I think what makes this year's event so special is where we are at, and we are in front of the Ed L. and Christine T. Molden Beacon of Light Center, and really you and your heart for this community, and I think the way that you so very proudly wanted to honor your parents, really help make this happen. And so tell us a little bit about your parents and how this kind of came to the Beacon of Light Center kind of came to be.
Well, I've kind of told that story a couple of times, and I've kind of told that story a couple of times, uh, my parents passed away almost 20 years ago, and a lot of folks, particularly younger folks, don't even know who they were. And my father and he was a fixture in this community for for a long time. He had an appliance store downtown and an electrical contracting business, and then he eventually got into real estate, and of course built the building down here on Valley Avenue, and actually was the original owner of the land where Ward's Plaza ended up, and he eventually sold that land to the developer that built Ward's Plaza, and now that's going to be a new development. And so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history, and so I'm just, I know we're all so proud of the building, and Key just did a fantastic job, just a fantastic
really
job,
did.
and of course they're my friends, and it was great to see them involved with the project, and and I'm just that much more, and my wife and I are just that much more proud to be able to put my parents' name on this building. It's just an amazing facility, and that kind of blends right into to my thoughts on the organization. I'm just going to ramble here a little
Yes,
bit,
please.
if you don't mind, and then I'm going to get out of here. You know, kind of what I've learned in my almost 2 years of experience with the mission is such a well-run organization, and that comes from the top, the leadership staff, but the volunteers and the board. It's just a group effort, and it's just such a logistical challenge uh, to serve the clients on a day-to-day basis. It's this move's going to be a logistic. We've all talked about that. That's going to be a very logistical, not nightmare, but it's going to be a challenge.
So it'll be a challenge. Yep.
And I know you all have got a handle on it, and with just an incredible staff, and it's just very gratifying to see how you all run this on a day-to-day basis. Now, all that being said, we still have a ways to go on our capital campaign. I've had the pleasure of serving on the capital campaign with a lot of other good folks, and we've made some progress, but we still have a ways to go. So I would appeal to anybody that sees this. I don't know how many people will, but I know some will, and to those that haven't considered a possible donation to the cause here, we would encourage it. We would encourage folks to open their heart and open their pocketbooks, and that's basically that's all I got.
Yeah, well, I love it. It's all great stuff. You mentioned the Key team there at Key Construction, and the McKee family just really overall has been an integral part of making this project happen. Really from the very beginning, years ago, before we had signed a contract, they were committed to this project, and they've really helped see it through. Just all of them, and so we're certainly grateful for Danny and Timmy over there, and just the entire Key Construction team, from beginning until very quickly approaching the end of the construction project of it.
Right.
Yep. And then you mentioned that you are part of our capital campaign advisory committee, who a handful of those folks have come by. Ann Fox and Dave Kelly and Jay Smith have all come by, and we've talked about the significance of the work that you all do, and I'm grateful for you all stepping in and volunteering. Fundraising sometimes is a not an easy thing to do. But yeah, I appreciate the way that I think you all are so eloquently able to um, communicate the passion that you have for the mission and the importance that you know um, that is within this project, and able to communicate that to other folks who you know in the community who can help make this project happen.
Well, it's I believe it's our pleasure to do it,
Mhm.
and it's been a little bit of a struggle here,
Mhm.
towards the end, and we just need to see it through,
Mhm.
and we need some other folks here in the community to hopefully step up
Mhm.
and understand the importance of what you guys of what we do here,
Mhm.
and how you do it,
Mhm.
and so the key is to get people in here to look at the building, to
Mhm.
set up tours. I would encourage anybody who's listening and doesn't know anything about the mission to just call or come by,
Mhm.
or send us an email and come out and take a look at the building.
Mhm.
It's incredible. It's
Mhm.
incredible.
Yep.
So
It really is. It's a beautiful building.
Yep.
Over the last couple of hours, we've done a couple tours and walkthroughs of the building, and everyone who walks through it is just impressed
Oh, yeah.
by it. From the step up beds in the first dormitory area to the kitchen, especially because many of them are aware of the size of our kitchen there on Cameron Street, and then they step into this building, and it's just really, and it's not just we say it's not just a bigger building, it is a better building, better able to serve folks and the needs that um, in the ways that they need,
Absolutely.
and it's just such a elevated space, and it's clean and welcoming and professional, and yes, it just puts you um,
It's going to put
puts you at ease.
everybody in a better frame of
Hmm.
mind. I
Yep.
mean, staff, and
Yep.
you won't have to be fighting the building every day.
Hmm.
You've got what you need
Hmm.
to expand your operations,
Hmm.
and to do a better job for the client, for the people we
Hmm.
serve.
Exactly.
So anyway,
Well, we're
I'm
grateful for it.
well, and I'm gonna bug out.
Skedaddle. All right.
All right.
Well, I
So you
appreciate
only
you.
got what,
Appreciate your support.
7 hours to go?
Only
Or eight,
seven.
or seven
Some,
and a half?
Kit, you're asking me to do some complicated math here, and my watch is dead. My brain is dead.
It's a long time.
At this point, I'm just grateful that the words that are in my head are coming out in my mouth, and they're making
out.
somewhat
Okay,
sense.
you're
So
doing a good job.
I appreciate it, Kit.
Give me a
Thank
little
you,
hug.
sir.
Okay.
Appreciate you
All right.
always.
Keep at it.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you for everything you do.
Of course, it is my privilege to serve alongside this team.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Kit. Thanks, guys. Thank you, sir. All right, guys. It's 7:30. The sun is up. It's beautiful. Yes, sir. Have a donut. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have a donut here. So just give me a minute. Also, my leg's asleep. So when my leg wakes, when my leg wakes back up, I'm gonna stand back up, because I feel like the last thing that should happen is I stand up and end up collapsing. But yeah, the sun is up. It is a beautiful, chilly October morning here outside of our brand new Edel Christine T. Molden Beacon of Light Center. You just heard from Mr. Kit Molden, who he and his wife Maria just so very generously invested in this project. They really believed in the vision of what this building is and was going to be and is going to be, and they just generously, here we go, generously supported this project, and with a naming gift in honor of Kit's parents, Edel and Christine T. Molden. So we're just grateful for his generosity and the ways that he gives his time. We were talking about we have a capital campaign advisory committee made up of a handful of individuals around the community that really just work to fundraise, to connect individuals who would be interested in and supporting this project. And as he mentioned, we are continuing those fundraising efforts. And so I want to encourage you outside of this giving opportunity here with the Conversations on a Bench fundraiser and event. I just want to encourage you to consider supporting the capital campaign, consider supporting the work here that will be done at the at Ellen Christine T. Molden Beacon of Light Center. So I encourage you to learn more about that either by coming here. We'll be here up until 3 o'clock. And that was particularly loud. We'll be here up until 3 o'clock. Happy to give anyone who comes by a walkthrough, talk about some ways to give, some naming opportunities. Kit and I didn't have the opportunity to talk about that, but there are some naming opportunities available still, and so just so excited at the opportunity to walk through with you. If you're interested. In learning more, certainly come by here, take a tour, or you can head to our website, windrescue.org. And then if you scroll down, there's a link actually on our website to explore the Valley Avenue project. And so there's certainly some more information there. I'm going to, thankfully, my leg is not asleep any longer. I'm going to stand up, stretch, snag a donut, and I will come back here, check on our giving, give you all an update. And I'm going to ask Brian, he probably already has, but to put up that QR code that you can scan to give to donate. Every dollar you give is doubled because of the generosity of George Carnes and Wells Fargo Financial Advisors and Front Royal. So I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right. Audio's on. Nice. All right. I don't know about you all, but if you're not sick of my voice yet, something's something's wrong, because I feel like it's one of those moments where, yeah, I'm my throat hurts, I'm just my voice is so tired, and I think my ears and my brain are tired of listening to myself at this point. But still so much work still to be done, so many conversations to be had. Coming up. We're hoping that maybe some of our other board members will be coming by here in the morning. Jason Craig from Valley Health, one of the best people to work with in this community. He's so knowledgeable about the community and its health needs. That's one of the things that I imagine that we'll be talking about, the community health needs assessment. So, Jason, if you're not watching, but hopefully you can come prepared to talk about that, because I know that that's something that is really important in this community. So looking forward to having some conversations around the health of the community and the health needs that this community has. Andy Gale again from United Way of the Northern Shenandoah Valley. Excited to have some conversations with him. Just about 2 weeks ago was United Way Day of Caring, and we had some incredible volunteers from Bank of Clark come by and actually help move a lot of stuff from our downtown location at North Cameron Street up here. And really, it was hours of work, and it was actually a relatively warm day to be doing a lot of physical, very manual labor. So grateful for them. Andy, thanks for the way that you lead United Way and the opportunity to be a part of Day of Caring. Following up after that, you're going to hear from Rob Cups and Lisa Pace. They lead our programs team at the Rescue Mission, and they'll be bringing over, I think, a handful of our residents. And so you'll get the opportunity to sit down. Well, maybe you're sitting down wherever you're watching from, and listen in on some conversations from our residents, get to hear their stories and kind of their experiences and where they're at. After that time, around 10 o'clock, definitely join us for the national feed. And so you'll be able to join in with over 70 other rescue missions, joining together around conversations on a bench, and again, just continuing to raise some awareness around homelessness and the contributing factors that go into addressing it. After that, we've got just really back-to-back lineup. Wendy Ware, a good friend of mine from Valley Health Wellness and Fitness Center, and she is a coach, one of the assistant coaches at Shenandoah University, their field hockey team. And so she's someone that is just a big supporter of the community, and her team there at the Wellness Center are regularly involved with different events that benefit nonprofits in our area. And so I'm grateful for the way that she and her team lead and support this community. And then if you are a member of the Wellness Center, you will definitely recognize Wendy, because she is always at the front desk with a big smile. She knows everyone by name, and I think she, earlier this afternoon or earlier this evening, this morning, whatever time of day it was, earlier in the event, we were talking about the significance of knowing people by name and calling them by name and the significance of that. And Wendy is certainly a person who does that and does that well. And then Ashley Hoffman from Winchester City Fire and Rescue Department. She is our community paramedic, and she is one of the most passionate people to talk about the issues of homelessness and individuals in of vulnerable populations. And so excited to hear from her and the work that she does within the city's fire and rescue department in the community paramedic program. Gosh, after that, Rusty Holland from Concern Hotline, who I get to see, who I've been able to see a couple of times over these last couple of days. with Concern Hotline and just the work that he does on the Our Health campus. Excited to hear from him. Dr. Jason Van Huculum, Winchester City Public Schools Superintendent, will be coming by. And they just had a really neat event last night about one of their schools that has some really neat things going on. So I'm excited to talk to him about that. Gosh, and then at that point, we're kind of rounding up the last hour and a half. We'd be at that point a little under 2 hours to go. We'll have one more national feed time after that, right around 2:45, and then guys, we're about there. We'd be rounding up our 24-hour event. So I appreciate everyone who has been watching. Again, this is a great opportunity to invest in the work that Winchester Rescue Mission does. Because of the great generosity of George Carnes, every dollar that's given is doubled. And so our goal of raising $24,000 is on. And yes, nice. One of our great friends and board members just brought by a large log to put into our fire, which is needed because it got a little chilly overnight. And yeah, so grateful that he brought that along. But as I was saying earlier, this is a great opportunity to invest in the work that is going on here at the Rescue Mission because every dollar that you give is doubled. Our goal is to hit $24,000. We are well on our way there, but I'm really hoping that we can continue to raise some funds and make some great change happen here over the next couple of hours. I'm just looking at these comments, just trying to do my best to keep up with them. Sarah, thanks so much for your support. We appreciate you. And love that you keep this community well fueled with great coffee. So just thank you so much for your support. Dale, thanks for joining us both on the bench yesterday and then online this morning. I fully believe that God blesses us every day, and I'm grateful for that. Grateful for the prayers that you continue to show our way. Debbie, thank you for your kindness. I'm not really sure how I look. I would probably prefer not to look at. I appreciate that, Mark. Yeah, it's been a long night, but it's been a great night. And I too appreciate your prayers for continued success. And I join you in that. I think we have great opportunities ahead of us for some good conversation and just really some opportunities to invest in the great life transformative work that happens here at Winchester Rescue Mission. So I'm seeing some new hot coffee come in, and so I'm probably gonna get up. I'm gonna refill my my coffee because it's been sitting here for a little while, getting a little cold. So I'm gonna stand up, stretch my legs, get up, get coffee and donuts, of course. So I look forward to seeing you guys here over the next couple of minutes. Give me just a couple minutes. I'm gonna check in on giving, let you all know an update, and we'll be back here in just a bit. All right. Welcome back, guys. If you all joined us last night, you might recognize my friend here joining me this morning, Mr. Mark Loring. Mark, thanks for coming back. Thanks for coffee and donuts, and just your presence alone is a present of itself.
Well, thinking about you all night, I know that it got chilly last night.
Got a little cold.
That's why I brought a little firewood for you.
Thank you.
And and coffee. But I'm very happy to see that people have been dropping coffee off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, caffeine and hot. Yeah, caffeine
And
and hot
donuts.
coffee and donuts is great.
And obviously, this is a plug for Dunkin'.
Yes, Dunkin'. I think what is their kind of phrase? The world runs on Dunkin'.
Yeah.
The world or Winchester Rescue Mission has been running on Dunkin' for the last almost 24 hours. So
no doubt, I was surprised a little bit at how busy they were this morning.
Oh wow!
40 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, standing room only.
Oh wow! Just the. Mm. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts. Actually, I don't know if you know this. I was never a coffee drinker up until the last 3 years ago, and Brian's wife Janice made me the most delicious cup of coffee to this day in office. And yeah, I never liked coffee up until that point. And then she made me a cup with like I don't even know what kind of creamer it was. Again, yeah, just to this day, probably the best cup of coffee.
How do you take it?
I'll drink it black at this point. And I met with Brandon at 12:30, and he's like, the job will do that to you. And I was like, yeah, probably. I think between motherhood and this, it'll do it to you. But yeah, I really enjoy drinking good coffee and Dunkin'. And yeah, I don't discriminate now. I love like diner coffee. Like I love like an old dirty mug, just drinking diner coffee out of that. Though it looks dirty. Let's say it. I don't. It should be clean.
Right.
Yeah. Just looks. Yeah. Dirty diner mug. Mark, this is just when it's the time of morning when things just get weird.
And I love. Well, I like diners. You mentioned diners. I love diners. I grew up in New Jersey, and
oh yeah.
Everywhere I've lived, I've always been a little disappointed that there haven't been, a diner on every block.
Yeah. Speaking of diner and being in Winchester,
I'd love to see the one across from the high school.
Triangle Diner.
It's been closed.
We've
only been here 12 years. It's been closed the whole time.
Yeah. It's been closed for 25 years. Okay. Hot topic. Anybody that's watching right now, help us out in figuring out what is going on with Triangle Diner, because I remember it got closed, but then they did like a pretty, not like major, at least outside renovation. I got excited thinking that they were going to do something with it. Yeah, we got to figure out what's doing. Hey,
right.
Hey, Winchester Rescue Mission Social Enterprise. We take over Triangle Diner. That would be great. Yeah. I mean, everybody and their mother would show up.
Well, location is great.
Location's great.
And food security.
Yeah.
Is important for everyone.
Yeah, that it is. Yeah. Well, I guess up until we figure out how to acquire Triangle Diner and take that over as a potential food ministry social enterprise, we've got other things other problems to solve, these days. So
we do. Yeah. And sadly, the need for both overnight shelter and food is increasing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was in a closed because of asbestos. So someone, Chris, joining us live, commented that it was closed because of asbestos and the cleanup was too costly.
Huh.
So, Chris, we'll take your word for it. Yeah, we'll take your word for it there. Do what? Yeah, you can asbestos, schmasbestos. I say that with absolutely no experience about that, and I'm probably very glad for that. But yeah, I was in a meeting earlier this week talking about the increasing need that we've seen even on the walking mall of individuals needing housing and just in need of supportive services. I've seen a number of individuals coming to the community whom I've never seen before, and some of our law enforcement officers and our downtown walking mall businesses. I'm good friends with many of them, and they have shared that that they've seen an influx of individuals coming to our area in need of services. And I'm not, if I'm honest, I'm not completely sure why that is. I think some of it may have to do with individuals moving kind of closer to this area, potentially from Northern Virginia. But nonetheless, they're here, and many of them are from the local surrounding area, and I really do feel like it's a great opportunity to meet a need. To meet a need. So, and I think really we've got a great team that can help make that happen. A great community that we've seen over and over again over the years as the rescue mission has grown and expanded, step up to the plate. And so I fully believe that we have that opportunity to do that again here. I see a number of individuals are joining us live. So Della was our first guest yesterday morning. Sarah Jenkins is also joining us live. So guys, thanks for tuning in and following us.
I was here last night, and Valley was quiet, and I am a little surprised how busy it is. I shouldn't be surprised how busy it is this morning, with both cars, trucks, school buses. And it's noisy.
Yeah, dump trucks were across from us. Malloy Chevy. They had a trash pickup yesterday or this morning at like 2:30.
I hope you drink coffee, John.
Yeah, we know you're. We know John, your history, your background is not in law enforcement, but we brought plenty of donuts, okay? So, Yeah, I don't know what was going on last night, but Friendship and South End and Shawnee were all phone. Everyone was just flying around. They pulled up in the wrong alleyway. I think they thought it went through. It didn't, so they went that way.
Let's circle back. You were gonna talk about how you got to where you are.
Ooh, how I got to where I am. All right. I started as a volunteer at the rescue mission.
Go before that.
When I was like all the way back. Well,
did you grow up here?
I did not. I grew up in the Richmond, Virginia area, right outside of Richmond, Virginia. A small little county called Hanover County, Virginia, and grew up there. I come from a family of engineers. I am the black sheep of the family. Half my family are Hokies. The other half went to ODU. And so growing up, Virginia Tech was my dream school. But I felt like I always wanted to go into medical services. And I thought that would look something like international medical missionary work, something kind of similar to Doctors Without Borders. And actually, I had never heard of Winchester. I had never heard of Shenandoah University. And it was my dad, actually, that found an article on Shenandoah University's website about this dual program that they had between athletic training and physical therapy. And I was like, oh, that would be fantastic. I grew up playing soccer my whole life. I wanted to continue to pursue D3 athletics. And so I was like, oh, this is great. Winchester looks cute. Came up here, toured Shenandoah University campus, walked on the downtown walking mall the first time I ever, I was ever in the city, fell in love with it, reached out to the Shenandoah field hockey coach at the time. I said, hey, I think I want to come play for you. I sent her some film. She was like, all right, we'll take you. And I was like, okay. Came here. I had a seat in the physical therapy department program. Again, just thinking that that's what I was going to end up pursuing. And God really, I think, just had a completely different plan for me. So I've finished Shenandoah University. I graduated with an undergraduate degree in exercise science and Spanish. And both of those have certainly come in handy. But I think what I appreciated the most about the university is not just what I learned, but who I was able to build connections with. It was there when I actually started as a volunteer here at the rescue mission. I can remember walking in through our doors at North Cameron Street, serving dinner for the first time. My predecessor, Brandon Thomas, was my pastor throughout my time at the university. Got to know him, his family, and then really came back to the Winchester area. Started again volunteering for the rescue mission. Brandon, a couple months before we opened our women's shelter, he sat me down with his eldest son, Xander, at Chipotle. He was like, Lauren, I think you should run our I think you should want to run our women's shelter. And I was like, Brandon, you're crazy. I'm going back to nursing school. No way. No way. And he's like, all right, just pray about it, Lauren. And I was like, okay. Sure enough, did a lot of praying about it. I was surrounded by just a great community of people that really supported me and encouraged me. And one of the things that I heard 2 or 3 times in about a 1-week time period was people saying and speaking and believing in me, saying, Lauren, God frequently doesn't call those who are qualified, but God qualifies those whom are called. And I really felt
I love that.
Just this encouragement to take a step into something that I was really just passionate about. And, I won't be too proud to admit that I had no idea what I was doing. And I still continue to have this this disposition of being a lifelong learner, and I'll never have kind of the mentality to say that I know exactly what I'm doing, but I continue to surround myself with people who I know are passionate and also lifelong learners, and just continue to learn from them. And I started off as our women's shelter director part-time in February of 2018, and came on full-time in September of 2018. So I was our women's shelter director, I was our volunteer coordinator, I was our community engagement director, and then a little over 2 years ago, when Brandon had announced that he was taking another position, actually with Citygate Network, I had stepped in as interim CEO. And then in December of 2023, the board had voted on me to step in as
I remember that
full-time CEO. And what a blessing and wild and fulfilling and joyful and humbling ride it has been for the last almost 8 years. And it's never something I really foresaw myself in. But I absolutely love this ministry. I love the people I get to work with, including you and other board members. And really, I love the people that we get to work with just every day.
people you get to empower.
Exactly. Yep. Equip and empower.
Well, we appreciate your energy and your leadership and what you have done over the last 8 years, and
Appreciate
where
that.
you're going to take us for the next 8 years.
Very much looking forward to that.
Well, that's great. Well, I'm
Really
going to step off and finish strong today.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you for the
Thanks.
coffee and the donuts. Appreciate you as always, Mark. And the firewood.
And if you're out there and you're coming here, you don't necessarily need to bring coffee, because there's been a lot brought in. Bring firewood.
Yeah, firewood's great, because it's going to be still a little chilly over the next couple of hours. So
Thanks, Laura.
awesome. Thanks, Mark. Awesome. Man, we've got some good, really great people showing up. Awesome. Well, welcome to the bench. Feel free to join me. It's a nice, warm, heated blanket. So, yeah, isn't it great that this was a lifesaver last night? Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, of course. Thanks for showing up. Always. All right, John Jewell, introduce yourself for anyone who might not yet have the privilege of knowing you.
John Jewell, been in this community for 30 years. We have been long supporters of Winchester Rescue Mission and Watts and all, and we appreciate you so much. Currently, I had the privilege of becoming the chairman for the Board of Supervisors for Frederick County, and just my wife Susan and I are just very active in the community. So
Yeah.
we appreciate all you all do. We appreciate
Mhm.
what you've done here. So we just had to come out.
Yeah, I love what you do and the ways that you show up for Frederick County and really just the surrounding area, and the ways that you show up specifically for the rescue mission. I have talked a little bit about how quickly growing Winchester and the surrounding area is, and that's frequently something that is, in some ways, I think, a touchy subject for many individuals. But talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing from the Board of Supervisors in Frederick County about the growth that Winchester and our beautiful surrounding area is experiencing, and maybe some of the challenges that comes with that.
Right. So we're over 100,000 now in
Wow.
Frederick County.
Mm-hmm.
When I moved here, I think there were 60,000 residents.
Hmm.
So it's going to continue growing.
Mhm.
That's, I had to give a little spiel about why I wanted to do the chairman thing, and I said, look, folks, it's here. It's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. But what we've got to do is just do a good job of being smart about this,
Mhm.
right? And we need a balance when it comes to business. We need to uplift our business some, diversify our business portfolio some.
Mhm.
But it's welcoming the folks in the community and having them folks that are moving this community help our community, right? If you're
Mhm.
moving in,
Yep.
it's a great example right
Mhm.
here, right? I mean, we want to welcome you, but get active, be
Mhm.
part of the community. That's what I'd love to see.
Mhm.
We have so many. I mean, this is still a small town feel,
Mhm.
small town community. It really
Mhm.
is. And one of the things I think I'm seeing that I like is how much you're seeing the city and the county working more together
Mhm.
and communicating. And we are just going to continue. We in Frederick County, we still have over 12,000 lots that are approved, going to happen, going to
Mhm.
build. And then so it's just let's be smart about it.
Mhm. Yeah, I think sustainable, long-term thinking in growth is necessary, and it's right here. We've seen it. We've seen the effects of it. But I think if you can do it well, yeah, I think that's what's
Do it well and
best.
do it kindly, right?
Mhm. Absolutely.
So, it's just let's just it's got to be a welcoming effect. Is
Mhm.
what it's got to be. And we're just you cannot put up a wall and say, okay, folks, no one else can move in. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. So,
Mhm.
but if those that are planning, the planners and everybody that's involved with that, let's just be smart on where we should be doing this, where business should be, where residential should be,
Mhm.
and let's see how much of our farmland we truly can save. And because I represented Back Creek, and Back Creek's 156 square miles. A
Wow.
lot of it's agriculture. A
Mhm.
lot of it is. I
Mhm.
mean, we have an agriculture community here, so we need to be out supporting that agriculture community.
Mhm.
Whether it's the farmers are doing the same thing that everyone else is. They're diversifying. They're
Mhm.
whether it's an event center, a market, whatever. But
Mhm.
the growth, right?
Yeah.
Helping save it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've had the opportunity to speak with a handful of Winchester City's council members around homelessness and the conversations that the city is having around homelessness and the ways to address it. And I think primarily that's because Winchester Rescue Mission, we are located within Winchester City's borders. Are there conversations in Frederick County around homelessness? And what are you all kind of what are those conversations looking like?
There are not as much as there should be. We
Mhm.
know there's homelessness.
Mhm.
We know there's those that we have folks in need, for food and
Mhm.
for just having a house over their head,
Mhm.
right? And we need to focus more on that.
Mhm.
That is something,
Mhm.
I actually have talked a last speech about this.
Mhm.
It's a conversation, Lauren. That's one of the conversations people don't want to have. Let's call
Yeah.
it like it is.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I grew up in that environment. I know that environment, and it's just people. They just go on and go to work and do everything. But
Mhm.
there is a population out here that we really need to help,
Mhm.
and that's
Yeah. agree wholeheartedly with you. I think, and even in my time at the rescue mission, I have seen kind of a shift in even within the city of homelessness isn't really that big of an issue. When I first started here, homelessness isn't really big of an issue, and then it took a lot of kind of advocating, and education and awareness around it, and now there's no hiding it. I mean, it's a hot topic at Winchester City Council meetings. It is, something that downtown Walking Mall businesses are consistently talking about. The library, the Our Health campus, like it is here and it is at the forefront of a lot of the conversations. And I really do think it takes a very collaborative approach with organizations like ourselves, organizations like Watts, CCAP that do work that that are boots on the ground. Working firsthand with these individuals, but it also takes, I think, great and it demands collaboration with local government organizations as well to really help drive some of this change. We've got great partners like Valley Health, for example. Jason Craig just showed up, and so I know Valley Health really turns some things around and invests in the community and in organizations like the Rescue Mission and in many others. And I really do believe that it takes just the awareness of saying, hey, we do have a problem, and recognizing it and calling it, and then choosing to step in and invest in those conversations, invest in the solutions. I wholeheartedly think that it takes the nonprofit sector, it takes the business, the for-profit, local communities, and local government organizations.
Absolutely.
That really require
our
that.
social services department is
Mhm.
overwhelmed right now.
Mm-hmm.
And thank goodness we have that, right? We have that opportunity. It's to help. And like you said, it's got to be the whole community. It's got to be private sector. It's got to be the government too. The local governments, they need to be doing their part to help where we can. And we are seeing that. We've actually had to increase the staff on the social services because there's so much. There are a lot of people that are one paycheck away from being
Absolutely.
homeless.
Yep. The Alice population.
And we just, me personally, Susan and I, we tell you all the time, we appreciate all you all do. We really
I believe
do.
that.
It's you're out there, you're on the front line. You're helping these men and women. So.
Yep. It's an honor really to be able to serve in the ways that we do, to be able to get to just know these folks, know them by their name, know their stories, and just create an environment where they feel so comfortable in sharing that, and equipping them and empowering them with the tools that they need to help move forward.
And welcoming them and making them feel, you are a part of our community now. We can help you. I've watched so many folks that have come through here that you've brought back to speak who are now, enjoying life. They've got a full-time job. They've got a home. The work that you all do is just phenomenal.
Yep.
So
I appreciate that. I really do.
It really is. So thank you for all you do.
Yes. Thank you for your support. Thank you for joining us for another Conversations on a Bench. I know this is also not your first time on the bench. So
I was just at breakfast with a bunch of guys and they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to sit on the bench. I expect all of you to go over sometime today."
All right.
So
I look forward to it.
We'll
okay, good. I hope so. I hope to see him.
Hey,
all right. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. All right, that was John Jewell with Frederick County. You're good. You go right ahead. John Jewell, Frederick County Board of Supervisors. Grateful for him and the work that he does, and just how he and Susan, his wife, show up and support this community. And it doesn't matter. John doesn't do anything. So come on, you got stuff to do. Well, Lawrence, you could have checked on me at like 2 a.m. last night when I didn't have any hot coffee. Bye, John Jewell. Did you see the blank screen, or did you see Lauren curled up in the fetal position under the heated blanket?
I was going to come by about 3, but I checked Facebook Live.
Was I asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I was like,
I was sleeping.
yeah. It was really like those hours around like 1 o'clock to like 5 o'clock
Oh yeah, that's
are
brutal.
tough. And I think once again
It got cold for you though.
yeah, and I think we are the rescue mission. There's like 74 other missions
That are all doing this.
that
too?
are all doing
Oh, that's
this,
cool.
and I think we got the coldest weather.
No.
I think we did. No,
All right.
I mean, Pitt. We're definitely colder than Lancaster. I spoke with their executive director over there. Pittsburgh's doing it. I can't. We've got a couple of friends in like Iowa or Idaho. Everything in the Midwest kind of runs together.
Yeah.
Just in general, but particularly at this point of the event, I'm like Idaho. Yeah, I don't know. There's Keith.
I love the Bronco.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that cool? You have one
I
too.
know I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
Partial.
I know yours from your Florida plates
Yeah, I know.
or your Virginia plates with
My Virginia
Florida Gators.
University of Florida Gators.
Yes, exactly,
Yes.
exactly.
I was happy when I got here. I
Yeah.
was like, look, I
Yeah,
can get a Florida tag.
there you go. Yeah, loved it.
Go
Well,
Gators. All right. Good morning.
Jason,
Jason.
introduce
Hello,
yourself to
everybody.
anyone who might not know you and the role that you have
Sure.
at Valley Health.
Yep, Jason Craig. I'm the Senior Director of Community Health for Valley Health System, which, for those of you who don't know, is the health system here in the Northern Shenandoah Valley. We have 6 hospitals, 4 of them in Virginia, 2 of them in West Virginia, and multiple outpatient sites that support both our rural communities as well as here in the Winchester area.
Yeah. And you recently, how long have you been with Valley Health? First of all,
7 years.
Okay.
Yeah, 7
Yeah.
years.
and you've done similar. You've kind of had a similar role, but it's shifted and it's grown right
That
over
is
the
correct,
last
yeah.
several years.
Well, atypical route to healthcare. I started, from University of Florida. I got a psych degree.
Oh, okay.
That's where I started. My undergrad was a psych degree and started in a behavioral health facility, crisis facility for children and adolescents. And that was my first job out of college, changing the world. But then had, like we all do, right? I went from behavioral health to social services. I did child abuse investigations. I did some case management, and then found my way into public education, and then found my way into private education, and then ended up more on the clinical behavioral health side, and then ended up healthcare.
Wow.
And so, and have been with the system. I started off, operationally on the urgent care side of things, and the pandemic hit, and we did some pretty cool things as a community. As a result of the necessity of coming together through the pandemic, and I think that then we transitioned to say, hey, we can do other things within this wonderful community to support community health in general. And so I'm thankful for all those experiences, because those are a lot of the conversations that I find myself in, talking about education or mental health or behavioral health or or social services. I was with Rob yesterday at Department of Social Services. We had a great conversation with Amber and her team about the potential changes that are coming and what we can do as a community to support people. So I find myself thankful for those experiences and have been able to rely on those experiences to inform some of the things that we do as a community.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to us a little bit about the idea of what ACEs is, adverse childhood experiences. Wow. I was talking to, at this point, I can't remember who I was talking. Oh, Sarah Williams.
Okay.
Over, she's with you all over in Valley Health in your behavioral health unit, and we were talking about the significance and the importance of being trauma informed and what trauma informed care is. And so we've partnered
I wrote a dissertation on that.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, buckle up because we're going to be here for a little while. But one of the things that and with partnering with you all and with Shenandoah University's occupational therapy department, we've been trained in trauma informed care. So one of those things is adverse childhood is an ACEs score, adverse childhood experiences. And so I feel like with your experience, your background, talk to us a little bit about what that is and kind of how that can have an effect in someone's life.
So I'm going to start, because we sit here, right? In this, I have a high ACEs score. And so it's not the end for an individual. I think it is a starting place for an individual. And so adverse childhood experience is really just, it really looks at the amount of experiences that you have had, the amount of trauma that you've experienced within your life as a recognition of, right? So if you know that somebody has had those experiences, then you can I don't want to say intervene, but you can interact maybe in a different way. You can support those individuals in a different way. Trauma informed care. Trauma has a developmental impact on people. It
Certainly.
does. It does very much so. And from a behavioral standpoint, those traumatic experiences, can lead to people responding in very different ways. And the awareness of the fact that people have experienced trauma, the understanding of what that does to an individual and how it kind of informs the way that you interact with people. And I know you have a house full of individuals that have very traumatic experience. Being homeless is traumatic. And some of the, maybe abuse and neglect that people have experienced that come through your doors is real. One thing that I always say when I talk about trauma-informed care, and I'll tell you this, is, the effects on the people that care for these people as well. So part of trauma-informed care is to ensure that you always, and your team always, take care of yourself, because you take on those experiences of those individuals. And I think when I talk about trauma-informed care, I try to help people realize that you're doing your work and it's a blessing that you do this, but make sure you always take care of yourself, because people bring with them their story and it becomes your story. And so take care of yourself as you take care of others.
Yeah, absolutely. The phrase that's frequently said is you can't pour from an empty cup. Is so very true. I think self-care, especially just in general, is so important. And that goes I think a lot of times people think of self-care as like bubble baths and getting your nails done. No. It's, I think,
it can be quiet time.
Yeah, it can be, resting. And what I see is Sabbath, the importance of truly resting. I'm in the middle of reading a book. It's called Soul Care. And it talks about the importance of like caring for your soul, because within that, you understand certainly the importance of, health is not just physical healthcare. It's not just what you eat. It's not just, participating in regular daily physical activity. It is your spiritual health. It is your emotional well-being. It is your mental well-being. It's your physical well-being. And so this book that I'm in the middle of really does talk about how do you care for your soul and like your spirit, and that encompasses physical healthcare, mental healthcare, mental well-being, emotional, spiritual well-being, all of that. So yeah, I absolutely love that. One of the things that you all work to address, as a healthcare, as a hospital system, is come on, Jason. It's like contributing factors of healthcare, social determinants of health.
All right.
Come
social
on.
determinants.
Yeah, we got
social
it.
Drivers.
Social drivers.
Health
yeah.
related social needs.
Yes. Walk
yes.
us through what social determinants of health is and why that's important in the work that you do and that we do.
I mean, I think it's like you just said, it's a recognition that health is much more than just going to the doctor, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And things like being unsecure in your housing, being
Mhm.
food insecure, struggling to pay your utilities, being unsafe in the home in which you
Mhm.
live, transportation concerns. Those are all social determinants, that really can impact how healthy you are.
Mhm.
And we started on that journey in our last community health needs assessment and really said, we recognize that there's a social and economic impact on the health of the community, and these are spaces that we want to explore and
Mhm.
partner in. We recognize that we're not going to run a shelter. That's why we love you guys, because you guys are able to take care of a population that, if you weren't here, would be more unhealthy.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the reality of it. And I think that things like, yesterday I was super encouraged, right? So I was talking to Mandy at Horizon,
Mhm.
because we have that new program, and she was like, yeah, I think we're up to 3 people that have been hired through the health system on the second chance employment. And
Yeah.
I was like, I think those are 3 people.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
Wow,
so
what a win.
I think the program that we did with a community partner is actually getting people from another community partner
Mhm.
and is employing them within the health system to give them a second chance at employment, which I think
Yeah.
was like, I left there like, oh, okay, check for today.
Yeah.
Like this
Right.
was a cool and investment in a program that really was saying we recognize that people have a past. We recognize that
Yeah.
people have a history, and maybe we can look back some of those things, look past some of those things to give people a second chance. And we've had the opportunity to, I think, hire or are in the process of hiring 3 individuals that I think live here, which hopefully is the basis for that next chapter in their life. And I think workforce is something that is hugely important to the solution for some of these individuals. And I think that sometimes when you hear no so much, you think no's the answer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it was a super cool moment for me
Yeah.
yesterday. I was like,
Heck
yes.
Yeah. I think some of the work, and you see this probably just as frequently as we do, is sometimes the work that we do can sometimes just be so defeating and discouraging at times.
Not at all.
But it's it's just it's so rewarding when you when you get to see the impact of your work in people's lives.
Yeah, I think those are the moments when you see that, like, as a community, we're coming together, we're taking care of the people that live here, we're helping to lift them up.
Absolutely.
And you're starting to see some of that social mobility within people that have had many challenges in their lives, and hopefully this is a path to that next stage.
Yeah.
Super exciting.
Yeah, definitely exciting stuff to be a part of. You mentioned 2 things over the last couple of minutes. You mentioned the community health needs assessment grant, or community health needs assessment, and then you mentioned the community partners impact grant. So can you talk to us a little bit about what those 2 things are?
Yeah. So our community health needs assessment is a nonprofit hospital. We're required to do it every 3 years. So it's a true community assessment. We did it before we were required to do it as a nonprofit hospital, just to have a better understanding. And so we publish it every 3 years. So currently we're working off our 2022 assessment. We're finishing up our 2025. It'll go in front of our board for adoption next week. And so that'll publish in January. That document, that assessment, drives an implementation plan. That implementation plan looks for community-based metrics as well as hospital-based metrics that work towards meeting those needs. And part of that is our investment in the community. So as being a nonprofit hospital, we like to invest in our community through community benefit, and our assessment drives some of those partnerships. So I know that we work with you guys as a mission critical partner, but then we also have community impact partners, which is I know you won't be there today, but we will meet with our community partners.
Sam will be joining you.
Okay. So we'll have our community meeting today to really talk about the meeting today is super cool. So it's all the partners, they come together and they really look at, what's progress, because that's important. Accountability is important, but also, you see people like learning about each other, and you see people saying, oh, I need to talk to you after this because I gotta learn more about that, because maybe it'll help me in the nonprofit or in the organization that I support. So it's super cool to see that process just organically develop. But I think what we see is we see the assessment drive the benefit. The benefit is working with partners like you guys, and the outcome is potentially some of those programs that we just talked about, people from the mission being employed at the hospital system, which is that's awesome.
Yeah. I love to be a part of it, and I hate that I am missing. My alarm was going off at 8:30.
Yeah.
My alarm never goes off at 8:30. I don't know what's going on.
Who do we got? Oh, we got a few people.
Yeah,
on
we've got a couple. Lisa Hyde was joining us. Are you familiar with Lisa Hyde? She was previously our CIT head CIT officer with Winchester PD.
Yeah,
Sarah Williams works with you all. She was a previous counselor and case manager with us. She works in your behavioral health department. And then Miss Janie Dickens Bowman.
Yeah, she is. Hi, Janie.
Yeah. So yeah, hey Janie. There she is.
She's everywhere.
Yeah. So had a couple people joining us. Janie's. Oh, of course. Yeah. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Thanks to Valley Health for the continued support of WRM. Jason is fabulous. Janie, fabulous was definitely it like auto corrected from something else to fabulous. I don't know what adjective was in there, but I don't know. Fabulous, yeah.
But I think the cool part about our assessment is it changes, right? So we're looking at as we look at 2025, that'll publish in 26.
Mm-hmm.
I think. We'll still see some of the things, right?
Mm-hmm.
The conversation. So it involves all stakeholders in the community. And this year we did it in partnership with the health department, which I think was, it was like, it's like letting somebody in your world, and then you find out like how amazing it is to let somebody in your world to help you on some things. And so the health department's been awesome to work with. And I think the power from your health system and your health department advocating for the same health needs is a pretty good outcome. And it should be a nice way for us to continue to move the needle. But we'll still look. Mental health is still an ongoing concern. And that we will still continue to figure out ways. We got construction on campus that's exciting. We'll have this pavilion that'll allow for centralized resources, but an expansion of services for children, adolescents, and adults. So that's super exciting. We just did some telehealth-based behavioral health in some of our rural communities that'll connect back. So we'll continue to invest and expand in that area. I think, a lot of talk about chronic disease and that, but I was encouraged by the fact that we started to kind of go upstream. And so some of the root cause, like how do we foster a more active community, a healthier community with regards to nutrition. And so I think that was cool to see some of the upstream conversations to say, how do we get to a place that can support improving chronic disease at the root, which was good. Housing was a huge part of the conversation. So obviously homelessness, but just housing in general. Inventory, affordability, accessibility, attainability, all those were part of the conversation. So I look forward to continuing to look in those space. So look out for that assessment. It'll publish in January, and it'll start to drive again our investment in the community as it pertains to community benefit. Super exciting.
Exciting to be a part of it. I got an email from I think the Lord Fairfax Community Health District. So excited to for some upcoming meetings. I will be. And I'm bringing a couple other team members on just to join me to really help speak into it from their experience and their expertise. So
can I ask you a question?
Of course. I know. We're just gonna
So like as you look at what are some of the ways out of it for people?
Out of homelessness.
So or just housing insecurity. It may be somebody that is concerned. It may be somebody that's on the brink. I know you always say, to be chronically homeless, it takes 6 years,
average,
9 years,
kind of 6 years.
6 years. So within that, like if you can get to a point where people are coming to you before that 6 years, or people that are here, what are some of the major ways that we can truly make an impact. I know that, mental wellness is a huge piece of it. I think, for some, sobriety is a huge piece of it. But what are some of those like priorities as we figure out ways that we can continue to support this population?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first one that you mentioned is in my eyes probably the one of the biggest is not just mental health, because as you know, we all deal with mental health issues, right? And we just we got things that we got to take care of, and we have to take care of our mind just as we do with our body. And so when I look at mental health compared to mental illness, it would be the same thing as kind of comparing it to, I want to make sure that I eat healthy, but that is very different. Just healthy diet is very different than suffering from a disease like diabetes. Right. And so when I think of mental health, I think I just have to regularly do things that take care of my mental health, my mental well-being. But that's very different than truly mental illness. You know, if me, just taking care of my mental health, that's very different than, having a diagnosed, disorder of, schizoaffective disorder or schizophrenia. And so, acknowledging that all of us deal with mental health. We all have to prioritize that, but that there are a number of individuals that have real diagnoses of mental illness, and so
serious mental illness.
and of serious mental illness, and so that can be things just like from anxiety and major depressive disorder to some more severe diagnoses like schizoaffective disorder or bipolar schizophrenia. And so making sure that we have I would say, and this isn't for me to fix because this is not in my wheelhouse, but policies that support, that bolster, I think, individuals who are experiencing severe mental illness. And so that's something, at a policy level that I would really advocate for, and at a ground level, and I know that you all see this with your mental health pavilion, is investing in and advocating for the next workforce for that are stepping into the mental health care field. And so I think working with individuals and who are experiencing homelessness, a large majority of them I would say are experiencing mental illness. And so making sure that we have the resources and the connections to partner them with counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, to work hand in hand with them, because I think it can be a great combination of both medication and counseling and therapy and being in a safe environment. And so I would say, prioritizing mental well-being and understanding the difference between mental health and mental illness is huge. You talked about the social determinants of health, and while there's a difference between causation and correlation, and usually when we see individuals who are experiencing homelessness, not always but frequently, we see things like potentially like low job skills, or lower
educational
educational opportunities, things like if they have a driver's license or not, if they have the ability to have access to reliable transportation. And so if we can address some of those needs, that really, I think, allows them to have the opportunities to move forward, and not just for self-sufficiency, but one of the things that we've been talking about is kind of how can you become not just self-sufficient but interdependent. And so able to navigate the systems around you that exist. It's a very complex.
Healthcare's complicated. Community's complicated. Especially and I think it's the irony is, like, it's complicated for the people with the most barriers to access, right? So
and you hit some. I think one of the things that's really important is that we do our best to recognize those barriers that they face, and can we be love fueled and barrier free? So what barriers are we?
I might steal that one.
Love
fueled and barrier
love
free.
fueled, barrier free.
Because if you think about it, right? So if somebody needs support and they are challenged by barriers that create more barriers, like I have to take a day off of work so I can get X, Y, and Z accomplished. But me taking off a day of work makes it so that I can't pay my utilities or I don't have a healthy, like it just it's so interconnected. So love fueled, barrier free. I like it.
Yeah.
That's
So what?
I think where we gotta
what?
get to.
Yeah. So like at our core, can what pushes us forward is just genuine love for our neighbor, and then
Choose kindness.
Yeah.
Can we all
right?
just choose kindness?
Yeah.
That would be a lot.
I have a sign in my office that I was thinking about bringing, but I just didn't have enough room over here.
You need a table over here.
Yeah, no, we need a table over here.
I got a chair for my coffee.
Yeah. This is though by far the bougiest setup for conversations on a bench that we've had.
No, when I pulled it up online,
if you notice
like,
the
what do we
faux
got going on
plants
here?
and the pretty tables
Yeah.
and the decoration.
I won't tell anybody, but it feels like the seat is heated too.
Yeah,
I'm not telling anybody.
Absolutely. Yeah, but only on one side because I lost. It's like a dual-sided heated.
So I get the heated side.
Yeah. So you might be sweating when you stand
Oh,
up,
man.
but yeah, love fueled, barrier free.
Like it.
And each of us, as I mean, even you all as a nonprofit hospital that. I was talking with one of our board members, Keith Ogilvy, that I think sometimes people look at us as a nonprofit and they think of you only as such, but you are also a business and you have to run in many
you have to run
aspects.
Your nonprofit like a business.
Yeah, you have to run your nonprofit as a business, or you're just going to run your nonprofit in the ground and no longer even exist.
Yeah.
And so, understanding your mission and understanding what your vision and your goals are, and that you cannot be all things to all people. And so there are sometimes and frequently necessary I think protocols and policies put into place to help achieve that, but always reminding ourselves, like love fueled, barrier free, especially with just a general population of and not even just the population of people experiencing homelessness, and not the population of vulnerable people, but just people in general. I mean,
it is.
Yeah, it's
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you. So what can we do better together?
Valley Health and Winchester Rescue Mission.
Yes. And you don't have to answer today, but I think that's one thing that we always need to keep at the forefront.
Absolutely.
As we are like-minded in supporting, the health of our community and individuals in it is.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important question with anybody you work with. How, what are some things that we can do better?
Yeah.
And so, I know that we can continue to support you on your health journey. We can, now I'm super excited about the workforce journey. And you guys are mission critical to us. And so as we look for opportunities, I always want to ask that question. What are some of the things that we can do better? And so not to put you on the spot on a bench, but
I love it. One of the things, and you mentioned, kind of the workforce journey that you all have partnered with Goodwill Horizons with, and then in turn really benefit some of the folks that stay with us. We have, and when was the last time you actually walked? Did you walk through the? Okay, all right. So you saw our kitchen, right? Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Just ample space.
I remember being in here in rubble.
Oh yeah.
So it's nice to see.
Yeah, definitely nice to see, and just such a beautiful facility, beautiful kitchen facility. And one of the things that I'm most excited about this kitchen is our kitchen culinary program and having the space and the equipment.
So maybe that's it, right?
Yeah.
So how do we figure out?
And I've had some conversations with Goodwill Horizons and saying, hey, we've got a great classroom space and a great kitchen. But we don't have like an overabundance of staff. I'm not looking around being like, what do we do with all these staff members? So can we potentially partner with them, and with our programs, even if it is in that workforce, potentially that looks like something like a workforce development for our kitchen culinary program, because we, the rescue mission, at the end of that 8 to 12 week program, supply the Serve Safe certification. And so can we, more formally.
And that's good too, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'll challenge you a little bit too,
Yeah.
because maybe there's other career paths too.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we have nurse aid training programs.
Mhm.
We have
Yeah.
so we have entry level opportunities within the clinical side as well.
What about maintenance? Do you guys have any
Yeah,
potentially? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Noodle that around.
Noodle that around.
Yeah.
From there's career opportunities.
Absolutely.
And as a large employer, we have needs, and the better that we can prepare people in a safe environment
Mm-hmm.
for that next step, the better. And helping to make sure that those programs are in place will ultimately lead to success.
Yeah.
So there's our little mission moment to try to work through is let's take workforce to the next level.
Yeah.
To support people,
Mm-hmm.
taking themselves to the next level.
Mm-hmm. Love it. All right, give that some thought.
Noodle it. I'll talk about it today.
Noodle it around. Yeah. Yeah. Put Sam on the spot. Be like, hey,
guess what?
Lauren, and he'll be like, but here's what Sam always does is Sam is great at thinking on his toes, and he's so eloquently like put something up, even if he has no idea. Yeah. He can he'll create something great. So
that's good. And Mandy will be there too. So
yeah.
So those are the opportunities, right? So when you get in groups of like-minded people, you can start to come up with good solutions. The community needs us all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will also say, I think I mentioned this to Mandy the last time that I was in person with you all there at the Wellness Center. Oh, and Wendy's coming by. I don't know if I mentioned that. Wendy. I say Wendy where. Wendy, please don't take any offense about that. But yeah, Wendy.
We're all getting older.
Yeah, we are. That's true. Yeah, Wendy will be coming by here in a little while. And but yeah, the last time that I was there, I had spoken with Mandy about potentially coming and doing, because I think when they were at CCAT, like Goodwill Horizons and CCAT partner together on the mobile clinic, and just it's limited parking and limited space. So
9 o'clock. I know.
We'll have like a brand new paved parking lot here in a little while.
You could have a tiny house community over there.
Well, noodle that around, Jason Craig. Noodle that around, because we got to go through a little bit of a CUP process for that, but it would be certainly worth it. So, I mean, yeah.
Think about all the sponsors you can get. Everybody could sponsor their own little tiny house.
Yeah, your own little house
for transitional housing.
There you go.
Oh,
yeah. Build like not duplexes, but like
Boxable. Where's Boxable at?
Yeah, love it. All right, we're solving all the problems up here.
We're just creating more.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I love great ideas, and then I'm like, I walk away, and I'm like, this is actually a lot more work than I thought. But but yeah, it's good stuff. So lots to think about.
It's all fun. It's all fun.
It is. And I think that's what I really like about working with you and the rest of those folks who are in those meetings and with you guys, and is we do really have a good bit of fun.
We do, and it's and I think it's we're doing the right thing for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And I encourage people to when you're think about what's the right thing to do for the right reasons, and everything else typically kind of follows suit. And I think this community is special.
Yeah, I agree.
It's special, and in both the people in it, but also it's like it's small enough where we can make a difference, but it's big enough where we can make a difference.
Yeah.
Which I think is a unique situation. I mean, this area is growing, and our challenges will continue to grow with that. But I think we have an opportunity to truly do some some things as a community that could be really, really lasting, sustainable change.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's
fire.
A little, thankfully not real fire, just,
I mean, it's
gosh. Yeah. One of the and I'm surprised that I haven't been asked this question, especially on the live feed with other rescue missions, is recently over the last couple of months we've seen a number of changes and cuts made under our current administration, and some that significantly can affect our healthcare. And so I know Valley Health
Mhm.
has I've seen some articles around cuts to Medicaid, and so have you seen that is affecting, or will that affect you all? And what are
I mean, I think there's the potential to.
yeah.
Right. So there's still details that are coming out. There's still, um, things that we'll need to do. I think some of the things that we're doing,
Mm-hmm.
actually are some of the things that you're doing are actually helpful in that world, right?
Mhm.
So if people move to a 6-month reauthorization for their benefits, then they're going to need the education around that. They're going to need some support to kind of work through that process. And that can be supported through our partnerships in the community with like the Department of Social Services. But if, with workforce requirements in place, that's a way that you're heading, right? So, whether that's volunteer experience and or workforce experience, then people will need to, but that's, we got a runway to that to kind of continue
Yeah.
to figure out. So yes, I mean, there's potential impact, right? So, but then there's potential opportunity as well, which is where I try to operate. There's some rural transformation money, which we're able to kind of figure out ways that we can support our rural communities. And so we're trying as a health system to be proactive in the conversations, and try to support the individuals that could potentially be impacted. But yes, I mean, the short answer, yes, there's potential. Long answer is we're trying to be proactive and work with the community, the partners and the people in it, the insurers, everybody, to kind of make sure that individuals are appropriately supported, in a new current reality.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well said. Yep. I appreciate that. All right. Last question.
Okay.
We talked about self-care.
Yes.
What is, because so many of them so many people in the community, I think, recognize you and look up to you and appreciate the work that you do as a leader. What do you do to take care of yourself when you are in a field where your job is to take care of others who take care of others?
I would say, family is probably my escape.
Yeah.
So I got 2 teenage boys. One of them that just got home last night
Nice.
for the weekend, so I get to hang out with him. I think family is important. My wife, she did say hi.
Hello.
She goes, tell Lauren I said hi. I said, oh, well. And so
I did see that she was watching live a little earlier.
That might have been me.
Oh,
I don't have Facebook.
I love it. I love it. So yeah, it was probably you.
I was like, let me see if she's on. So I have that escape, to retreat to my family. I think, overall physical wellness, the gym is a nice place to kind of disconnect and do. But then, socially, you have, whether that's basketball or softball or soccer or whatever, just to get out and support myself in some of those areas. So I think those would be, I think ultimately, family is my escape, and trying to put as much as I put into the community, into my family. My experiences, I've learned from my own family experience and what I want and what I don't want from my current family experience. And so therefore I try to be that for both my wife and kids.
Yeah. I love that. Absolutely love that. And just grateful for you and the work that you guys do. And look forward to lots of more continued work and conversations.
And I look forward to
off
this.
The beach.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I think this is a long time coming. We were talking before. It's been some years. Yeah, it's been some years. And so to walk through this and to see where you guys have come to, I'm excited for the people, the hope for the future that you will be able to give to people. And thanks, just thankful that you guys are in the community.
Yeah, appreciate that. Work with a good, decent team. I mean a good team. Brian's 40% of what? 40% decent. 40% of the team is decent. Oh,
Here's Andy Gale. Look.
okay.
Andy,
What's up, Andy Gale? We
Andy, he
recognize-
follows me around
yeah,
too.
he probably does. Andy is the president of the Jason Craig fan club.
No. I appreciate some Andy Gale.
Yeah, me too. All right.
What are we
seen
doing?
These things?
No.
Okay, it's like a Polaroid.
Okay. I love a Polaroid.
I know. Other than this, I've never used a Polaroid.
No?
So.
Oh God, I just
Yeah,
dated myself.
Yep. Brian shaking his head.
Shake it like a...
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we're just
I'm
gonna take
with you.
this, and then right around the corner on the inside of the building, we've got a just a poster board of a couple of people that we've just taken a picture with,
Okay.
just to look back and appreciate Conversations on a Bench 2025. So, all right, you ready?
Yeah. You only get one shot.
Yeah.
You can't test it. You just got to go with it.
Cannot tell anybody about this.
You were like, no,
I
no.
was like, nope, we're taking this one. I like accidentally hit it, and I was like, this is embarrassing. So taking that.
You're gonna shake it like a
yeah,
Polaroid picture.
Yeah.
That's what that song's about. I can do that.
Is it? No, I'm just kidding. Of course I know. Actually, I do know what a Polaroid is. I just never had a
You never had
Polaroid
one.
camera. Yeah, I did have like this.
You didn't have one either? Yeah. See.
I had just a little bit. Yeah, I had like a disposable camera. Yeah.
Disposable.
Yeah,
Those are
see?
the see.
Yeah. See, I'm not.
That was the start of it.
Young. Yeah. All right.
All right.
I'm gonna give this to you. If you don't mind, just signing the bottom of that, and Brian can help you get it to.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Support the
Jason
rescue
Craig.
mission.
Thank you as always. It's
Yeah.
a privilege to
Good to see
serve
you.
with you. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Privileged to serve with you. That is true.
It is. All right, cool. We'll just leave that up there. All right. We're rocking and rolling, you guys. No, you did great. You did great. No, like I didn't like catch you hopefully like too off guard with any like, wild card questions. Yeah, I know. I'm like not even I don't care what people say at this point, you know what I mean? So good morning, sir. It's so good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Well, anybody that will come out here on a cold day like you, you're committed.
I appreciate that.
People that sat home, I slept in bed last night, nice and warm. You was bundled up, but people don't realize homeless people, they don't have that opportunity. You
Yeah.
have changed that opportunity for, I believe, 50 individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, there'll always a 51, a 52, a 53,
Mhm.
and the list goes on and on. But I hope everybody sees this. Will open their checkbook.
Mm-hmm.
RMD, I know a lot of people will have to do that when they're age 72, I think, 73.
Mhm.
Quick word, a friend of mine, he does his, mom does hers, but you name a nonprofit and that RMD money is non-taxable income to you. So if you're in, let's say, a 20% tax bracket, and you give $1,000 to yourself, you're only getting $800. But if you give that directly, call your accountant. You got to contact Lauren. They'll get the people to send the money directly
Mhm.
to you. Don't send it to you. Put it in your checkbook and send it to them. That money will grow exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the challenge that somebody going to give up to $24,000.
Yep. So our goal is to reach 24,000,
Correct.
and so we have essentially a $12,000 matching.
Cool.
So every dollar that's given up until we reach that $12,000 goal is matched. It's doubled.
Right. Fantastic. And people, if you only have $5, 5 times 10, it exponentially grow.
Mhm.
Barry Lee did a chain of checks.
Yeah.
$1. And it grew. I was on Denver board, but the Winchester Day Nursery chain of checks would say they saved the Winchester Day Nursery. I
Mm.
just got on the board. They was having financial hardships, and we got that, and that kept the doors open. And that was about 15 years ago. So
Mhm.
anybody think I only have $1, or I only have $5 or $10.
Mhm.
Well, it goes a long way. So please come out today. If you can't come out today, this young lady have a great website. Please send a check. Talk to your accountant. Talk to your financial planner. We all got to pay taxes, but we're always looking at a way to save on our
Mhm.
taxes. So
Mhm.
give your RMD money
Mhm.
to this young lady. She will use it wisely, and My mom was a school teacher. Nobody raised their hand in first grade to say, I want to grow up to be homeless.
Yeah.
Something happened to them,
Hmm.
but you have taken that individual off the street. You will help them get a GED. You will help them other avenue to get them back on track. So you do God's work. You do good work for the community. And please, everybody that hears this, think about what you could do if you had to sleep outside last night. Or better yet, go out and sleep in your car in your clothes with no heat on. And then you'll know. And they're sleeping in a tent. They're sleeping under a tree. But that young lady have saved 50 lives from that. So I want to thank you very much.
I appreciate
And
that,
we appreciate
sir.
everything
Thank
you do.
you so much.
And this vision is a reality that have came with your help and a lot of local community people. But some vision take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and they're struggling. But your hard work and effort and the community have really rallied behind you. And we hope they always continue to rally behind you.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, sweetie.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Bye-bye.
you as always. Thank you. All right. Guys, it's already 9 o'clock. Time is flying by, and I love it. The only thing I don't like is it's how cold it was. My head itches. This Carhartt, but grateful for it. All right. Another great friend of mine, great community mover and shaker, Mr. Andy Gale from United Way. Andy, welcome back to the bench.
A lot warmer this year.
A lot warmer. You joined us in January, correct?
That was real cold.
This is like we are roasting in the Sahara. This feels like in comparison to where we were in January.
Yeah, new location, new temperature.
Sun shining, just beautiful. Yeah. So Andy, again, just thanks so much for joining us. For anyone who might be watching who may not be familiar with United Way of the Northern Shenandoah Valley, kind of explain what you do there and what United Way does.
So United Way, we're turning 80 next year, which is pretty exciting.
Wow.
But we are a community nonprofit that helps gather donations and funds from around the region. We cover Winchester, Frederick, Clark, Warren, Shenandoah, and Page counties. And the community helps raise the money through workplace donations, fundraisers, any donations. I know Mr. Brown was just talking about disbursements. Those are great, too, for all of the nonprofits. But we take the money, we collect it as a community, and then community members come in and they actually get to help disperse it. So we do impact grants once a year. I know you guys have one, a few others. We gave out $535,000 last year across the region to about 50 nonprofits doing great work in our 4 pillar areas. So we have youth opportunity, which is early education, workforce work. We have health, clearly keeping people healthy, medical, dental, anything in that relation. We have financial security and impact, which is you guys, the food banks, things like that. And then community resilience, which is really looking at, it's our newest pillar from Worldwide. It's looking at how we as a community can remove barriers, make things better so that we have sustainability and longevity in our communities.
Yeah. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I've mentioned a couple times over the last couple of hours about United Way's Day of Caring and how we got to be one of your locations for that. So what goes into Day of Caring?
Day of Caring is awesome. We actually have our debrief today to sort of go over the final numbers, but everything's looking like we had over 1,000 volunteers at 75 projects.
Oh my gosh.
It was the 19th. It was really neat. First Bank was our title sponsor. Navy Federal had big teams. Trex, you guys had the team. Was that United Bank?
Bank of Clark.
Bank of Clark. Yep, it was great. So many times individuals, they feel, well, maybe I can't give. Cost of living's too high. You can also give of your time.
Absolutely.
And what Day of Caring is an opportunity for companies to bring their teams out and say, hey, we want to give back. So we had a big kickoff at Shenandoah University, got them in the spirit. There were orange T-shirts everywhere. Big diaper drive for healthy families, thanks to Marlowe Motors. And then we went out to all our projects, and it was really neat to see those individuals go out, get things done. You guys got things moved into the new facility. We had NW Works had their whole front painted. We had work at the Lion Sensory Gardens, the Winchester Parks and Rec, and they were sort of all over the community sort of giving back. Right now, federally, an hour of volunteer time is about $34. So that was almost $200,000 injected into our community in one day.
Yeah. That's incredible. I didn't realize that there were so many. 1,000.
This was the year where you guys accidentally got 4 or 5 extras. I started saying,
nice.
who can I send a few extra people to? Because people want to
There's
give
a
back.
lot.
They want to do it. And so many of the companies, the big corporations in town, incentivize volunteering. They pay their teams, they give bonuses, things like that. So it's really neat to see the community rally to sort of help us all. And it's work that us as nonprofit leaders, we don't have the staff time. We can't do it without the help. So it's really neat to see community members jump in, sign up, and say, hey, we want to help.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking with Sam a little earlier about the value of our volunteers, and just last year, our volunteers contributed the equivalent to about $500,000.
That's awesome.
Which is, a little over or a little under half of our operating budget. So, I mean, you are what would cost us, what would require us to increase our budget significantly, we're able to do just because we've got folks who show up about something that they care very passionately about and just continue to show up and serve in ways I think that they just feel so led and called to serve in. So, volunteers are priceless.
And it's something that our community really shows. Anytime you put something out, we see it on Facebook all the time. Can anyone help with this? People do. They come. They want to help. Because, giving an hour of your time may seem inconsequential in your day, but to the nonprofit, it's work that we can't get done. Or it's your expertise. It's your talents that you can bring to us to say, hey, I'm really good at web design, or I want to get into social media. Well, we're happy. A lot of the time, nonprofits will be like, sure, come on, let's do it.
Yeah. I love that. You've talked about a handful of other nonprofits that had benefited from the United Way Day of Caring. And speaking of other nonprofits, you all are currently located on the Our Health campus.
We are.
So we are from our Winchester, or from our North Cameron. One of these days, I'm going to get our street name right.
Over there.
That way facility. Yeah, somewhere down there, north of where we currently are. We are really close to the Our Health campus. So talk a little bit about the Our Health campus.
Yeah, they're great partners. So Sharon, Dan, Mary, and Brian, their team keeps our campus beautiful. We have campus partners. So there's 11 or 12 of us that are actually located on the campus in the 2 properties. So 329 and 301 North Cameron. It's a great space where people can come to get help, what they need help with. The free clinics, the Mercedes and the Sinclair Clinic is there. The dental clinic, Just Neighbors is there. Healthy Families, Rusty with Concern Hotlines on the first floor. So many other partners that do such great work. And we realized, I think, back when Our Health became a thing, that they needed a place where people could go for sort of that one stop, where they didn't have to run all over town to see everything. And it's been really neat. I was there when I was at Literacy before that, and it's just sort of a neat camaraderie where we're all so close that we can jump in and say, oh, hey, I have a partner. I mean, how many times did the mission, you guys walk someone down to say, hey, they need help with this? Cool, great, we'll get you right in. I've moved to the admin building, so we're there a lot. Well, I wish I was there more, but Jason and I were joking about how little we've been at our desk this week. But it's doing great work in the community, great meetings, great progress. So it's been fun. The campus is great. There's also 96, I think, campus partners. So those are our health partners that aren't on the campus or in the region, but are still our health partners to do the work and share information, share resources.
I imagine like CCAP, we've mentioned them a couple of times. I think CCAP, we are,
Laurel Center. So many of us that are downtown, even those that are outside of town, like Love to Nick, a few others that do so much great work in our community. That's the one neat thing when I moved to United Way, is really just seeing the number of nonprofits in the area. So it's all 6 localities. People say a lot of times there's too many nonprofits, there's too many duplicated work. I haven't seen that. It's been over a year now in this role, and it's a lot of compliments. So your work is complemented by CCAF if they need food, or Love to Nick if they need shoes, and Literacy, and so many others where we work together. I mean, it's not this dog eat dog big fight out there. I mean, there's some tension sometimes, but overall, I think we're all pretty open to talking, working together. I mean, you were at a meeting Monday, and we were just discussing what we as nonprofits can do to help those experiencing homelessness. It's
great. I love being in that space and being in those meetings with you all. You talked about the ways that we can all kind of partner together, and I think one of the coolest ways that I've seen that is the Freege concept. And so CCAP has essentially a free of charge refrigerator that's accessible to really anyone who walks by the Our Health campus or is on the Our Health campus and is in need of some kind of food. And so it's accessible really 24/7.
24/7.
And what you see, especially just being right outside or right inside of it, is
Yes.
people consistently, and individuals and families and businesses after events and nonprofits, including the Rescue Mission, including others, drop off food. And then there are just folks from the community who walking by need a sandwich or a whole plate of lasagna or something like that.
We like
And
individually wrapped portions. Makes it a little easier to share.
Yes, individually wrapped, not large trays that are accessible, easily accessible, that require minimal.
Ready to eat.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's been really neat to see. I mean, it's right outside of our door at 329 North Cameron. People you'll see, it's always interesting. Our team, when we check in the mornings, it's how is the fridge? Is it fill, close? And if you see like me coming in, so I'm going from here to a meeting at Valley Health, then to the office, I bet you if it was filled this morning, it's going to be empty later, but then someone's going to come behind and drop it off. So many businesses. I mean, I know Hideaway Cafe does a lot. Snow White Grill, Danny.
Yeah,
and team
I've seen those guys drop some stuff off.
And it's neat to see it get filled. And then some people I've heard say, oh, one person takes it all. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
People are really kind. They wait in line. You take what you need and you move on.
Yeah.
It's a really great resource. I know our board meetings, we get lunch for the board. The leftovers, we just package up and take right out. And it's always, people are very thankful, very appreciative. And it's just a great way. Again, there's one on our campus. I think there's one at Montague Methodist Church on Valley. And there's one at Abundant Life in Stevens City. And then I know Bill and Amanda from Billy Sue's and Clem's Kitchen just put one at the Wayside. So they're growing up around the community, and really a great way for communities to take care of others.
Yeah. It's I think it's just a brilliant idea, and we love. I mean, our volunteers are frequently the ones that'll just walk down with almost a whole grocery cart sometimes of food and drop that off. So, yeah.
And it's been great for like even me. It's like, oh, I bought too much of this. Well, let me put it in. And it's just easy on the way home. I'm not going to eat this bag of oranges, drop them off, and they go. So it's reducing food waste. It's feeding your community members. It's really a great concept. I know Andrea and one of her donors and volunteers got behind it. And we got the first one. It's been neat to see them grow and multiply.
Yeah. Yeah, I love seeing the ways that it's impacted people, and grateful for that. All right, Andy, I know that you've been a long time member, if not a lifelong resident of.
I moved away for a little bit, so
okay,
dipped away for a while, came back.
All right,
little exile in the Midwest.
Yeah, we won't count that. Though I do love the Midwest.
I enjoyed it. It was fun the first time on the bench. I gave a check so that Brandon had to wear my Cardinals jersey.
Oh,
he was not happy, but I enjoyed every moment of that.
Absolutely. What is one of your favorite things, if not your the favorite thing about this area?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I think this is such a neat area where we're close to everything. I can be in the country, I can be in the city. You can get everything you need. It's neat being able to walk downtown and walk into a business and say hi to friends that own them, and so supportive. That's the one thing that never ceases to amaze me, is how open and giving this community is. We all want our whole region to thrive.
Absolutely.
I mean, you hear in the news, we're the fastest growing region in the Commonwealth. I believe it. I mean, look at the growth, but we haven't lost our sense of community and care.
Yeah, I think that culture of, I think a lot of times people look at us and they're like, oh, you're Northern Virginia, but nothing whatsoever against Northern Virginia. But I think culturally we do still just hold this kind of small town historical culture about us. And yeah, I agree. I think that is one of.
It's really neat. It's a fun place. I don't think I could move.
Yeah.
Although an island, Bora Bora. An island,
a
tropical island now.
Tropical island, maybe.
I could do it remote.
Yeah, my toes are a little cold. Yeah, I could do like a catamaran, and
that'd be nice.
Some.
So if any donors want to send Lauren and I on a yacht, we will not say no.
Yeah,
it is a tax write-off.
Yes, it is. Though I was in a meeting with an event that I think in support with the chamber, which you're also a part of. Cynthia Schneider was here last night, but we were talking about the nonprofit alliance in the Northern Shenandoah Valley leadership symposium, essentially that they had put on, and they were talking about some random items that they were donated. And one time the Rescue Mission was donated a boat.
That's pretty cool.
which there's
Given it, we'll take a lot of the nonprofits will take creative donations.
Yep.
We just have to do a lot of homework and legwork behind it.
Yeah.
A lot of us are set up to receive car donations. For us, if you donate a car, we immediately sell it, and the proceeds come
Yep.
back to us to support the mission. But
that's good to know.
it's fun ways nonprofits can get creative, and I
Yeah,
think
we
there's
really
a lot
can.
of us that are coming into leadership roles that are willing to figure it out and say,
Yep.
hey, you want to support what we're doing through this non-traditional means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. I love it. Though I am told that it's always better to know someone who has a boat than to own a boat.
Can confirm.
So,
confirm.
Strategic
planning on a yacht sounds great.
That's it. Yes.
There's our ask.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Especially after spending 24 hours in the cold.
Yeah, boats are. Yeah.
I love a boat,
boats are-
but yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I love a friend that has a boat.
Yep.
Maybe a little more than I would if they didn't have a boat. No, that's meant. All right, things are getting weird because I'm not actually like that.
We just want to help our communities.
Nice. Absolutely. Yep.
We can dream as you're sitting on a bench outside, and
yeah,
it's more fun.
Always. Well, Andy, I appreciate
Awesome. Thank you for all you guys
appreciate
do.
your conversation for sure. Yep.
Awesome. Stay warm.
All right.
See
Thank
ya.
you, sir. All right, Andy, we will see you around. Thank you. All right, guys, my phone died, my Apple Watch died, everything's all my electronic devices are dying, so I don't even know what time it is. Where are we at, Brian? 9:15. All right, cool. It's 9:15. The sun is, as you can tell, what? Dag nabbit. I mean, I could take a picture of him and his. Watch the. Oh, dang. Nope. Never mind. He's gone. Sorry, Andy, Gail. Forgot to take a picture with you, sir. But next time. We got Panera Bread. The sun is shining and is up and is warming some things up. So much so that when I sit back, I'm going to need my sunglasses here. So here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, snag a bagel, snag sunglasses, charge my phone, get that plugged in, catch up on some things, and then we will be back here in just a couple of minutes as we count down the last 6 hours of this year's Conversation on a Bench. So excited to finish out the last 6 hours with you all. Again, huge thank you to Mr. George Carnes and his office, his Wells Fargo office down in Front Royal, financial advisors down there supporting this event. Every dollar that is given is doubled. You've heard from a handful of people, dozens of people, really, I think at this point, who invest in and believe in the rescue mission and the work that we do, and heard from them about the reasons that they give. And so I want to encourage you now to, you can either scan the QR code on your screen, or you can head directly to our website, winrescue.org, and give there. Our goal is 24,000. We're a little behind as far as timing, but I really believe in the work that we're doing and in the just generosity of this community. I fully believe that we can hit, if not surpass, that goal of 24,000. I'm going to put that link up, snag a couple things, stretch my legs, and be back with you all here in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you all soon. Brianna will tell us. Oh, we are on. Fantastic. Okay. Thanks, Brian. Well, welcome back, guys, to Conversations on a Bench. We are, we've got almost 5 hours, right over 5 hours to go from this wild 24-hour event. So, Rob, welcome back to the bench. This is not your first time on Conversations on a Bench.
It's been a while, but
yeah. I've been talking about you a good little bit and just about how incredible our staff is, and then some of the programs that talking about the programs at the rescue mission. So if you don't mind, introduce yourself to anybody who's watching and explain a little bit about what you do.
So hi, I'm Rob Cups. I'm lucky enough to be the program director here at the Winchester Rescue Mission. That's my job. I direct programs, and we've been working hard developing a new program for this building when we move over. The program is called Healing, Help, and Hope. It's going to be a 12-month program. We're hoping to provide some education, some life skills, some workforce skills, and just hopefully prepare our people for their next phase of their life once they leave us. It's also going to be a big part of our program is going to be a savings component. We found that most people who are on public assistance can't afford to live in Winchester. So savings is going to be encouraged, and self-reliance, self-responsibility will always be encouraged. But like I say, the classes are going to be hopefully giving these people some skills that they need to be independent. And that's what we're working for.
Yeah, love it. Rob, how did you come to start working at Winchester Rescue Mission?
So I've worked in Winchester since 2000 in the mental health field. A few years after that, I started working at Watts, the Winchester area temporary thermal shelter. So I did that about 10 years. One day I decided to send your former boss, my former boss, Brandon, a resume. And he called me back and interviewed me. And that was pretty much it. That's the story.
Yeah.
Just kind of cold called Brandon one day.
Yeah. Yep. And and then you showed up. I think that's the story of a lot of us. We didn't totally expect or anticipate coming here, and then it's really been a couple. I mean, it's been 4 years. How long have you been?
Yeah, it'll be 4 years for me in May. Wow. Working at the rescue mission. I mean, when I graduated from college, I did not, never anticipated working in the homeless, industry, business, whatever you want to call it. It kind of became a calling, kind of accidental, maybe not, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I was led this way, but I've enjoyed very much my time at the rescue mission, working with you and the residents. And all the hard work we've done, well, especially you guys have done to get this building ready for us to move into. It's just really exciting. It's beautiful inside. We just brought some residents over, and they just got their first look at it, and they're all very impressed. And one of them commented that our kitchen looks like a kitchen from a Fortune 500 company.
That's a high compliment.
Which is a good compliment.
Yeah. What has been in your almost 4 years of working with and at Winchester Rescue Mission, what has been some of your most favorite or treasured memories in your role?
Honestly, it's the connections I've made with the people that we work with. I've come to consider some of them friends, just getting to know people and meeting them where they are, and, helping them come up with solutions for their lives. It's all transformational stuff that we try to do. And it's easy to take away a lot of energy from those interactions. Right? Yeah. And I really appreciate that time I get with the residents.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our good friends who Mr. Jason Craig, was up here talking with me a little earlier this morning, and we talked about the importance of self-care and what that looks like, especially. Self-care includes not driving distracted, paying attention to what is ahead of you and around you while driving, particularly on Valley Avenue, but certainly everywhere else. So take care of yourself just by
Yeah.
driving safely. But Jason was talking about, Jason and I were talking about the importance of self-care, especially when you work in an industry where your job is to care for others so frequently. And so, Rob, I'm curious, what do you do to take care of yourself?
So we're lucky at the rescue mission. We have a fairly liberal leave policy. So if I feel like I need to take a day, I'm able to take a day for my mental health. I engage in some activities outside of work, of course. I like to play disc golf. I like to hike. I like to bike. I try to do those things, fairly rarely, just to kind of, just keep myself, fit. And I think the important part is, is the movement is keep your, keep your mental health intact, right? And I think it goes a long way for that.
Yeah.
Also, I always try to remember that, even though we work with clients that have a lot of needs from time to time, that we can't solve everything in one day. It's a process, and you just have to respect and appreciate the process, and not get too wrapped up in the minutia every day. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think mental health is, and Jason, that was another kind of topic that Jason and I were covering, is the kind of the difference between mental health and mental illness, and that mental health is something that all of us deal with and need to work on and improve, and where mental illness is something very different. So I love to hear the ways that you care for yourself. And you mentioned, doing things outside of work. I heard last night that a handful of staff went to trivia. Did that happen?
That did not happen. We are playing. Well, Brian was going to be a big part of that, and he was here all night, and we're hoping to encourage Sam to come as well. A couple of our coworkers, and so we're playing on next Thursday.
Okay,
so we're going to have a Winchester Rescue Mission trivia team at 50-50 next week. So watch out.
And I hear there is a name that's pretty clever for the team.
Oh yeah, it's called the Hope Dealers.
Hope Dealers.
Yeah, Hope Dealers.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. Yeah, I heard that yesterday right before I was coming over here. So
I think Will's wife came up with that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Way to go, Jessica.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jessica. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I was so excited to hear that. Really excited to hear that. What do you think you are most looking forward to about programs and being here in a new facility here at the Beacon of Light Center?
Well, we have a dedicated space to teach now. We previously had a cafeteria that was a lovely place to sit and visit and have a meal. Just a very hard space to listen in sometimes because of the background noise and things. So a dedicated classroom space here with, everything that comes with the classroom. I think it's going to be a game changer for us. I really do.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of people from the community come in and work with us to teach classes and to teach some skills. The classroom, I think, is going to be a big part of this. Our cafe space looks like it's going to be a wonderful place to encourage interactions and develop relationships, So I think, those two things I think are going to be the biggest assets about the building for us and programs. Yeah.
I would agree with you completely. I think especially for programs, those two spaces are just going to be great spaces for us. And then, I mean, you mentioned that someone, one of our guys had said that our kitchen looks like a Fortune 500, a kitchen from a Fortune 500 company. Right. And I'm excited about that new space with our kitchen culinary program. It's much more room at our compared to where we're currently at North Cameron Street. And while I'm certainly grateful for how we've been able to utilize and I think really optimize the space at Cameron Street, just excited that we have a kitchen that's 5 times our current size.
I think from the way we think now, trying to utilize every inch of space that we have, it's going to be an adjustment. Right? To have an abundance of space, which it's a blessing. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And programs team is, when you look at the staff that we have, programs team is the largest, kind of the largest team,
For sure.
because we're staffed 24/7, 365. Talk a little bit about the staff, because I've been saying, we have an incredible group of staff, but talk a little bit about your experience with our colleagues,
Sure.
and what they do, and kind of the heart that
Yeah,
you see that they bring to the work that we do.
So I'll give them shout outs. Al, Antonio, Casey, Dave. They take care of our people in our building, in the evenings and overnights, and they're incredibly caring and compassionate people. They've got lots of experience working with lots of individuals in under difficult circumstances, and manage themselves really well, and manage difficult situations very well from time to time, with compassion and love. I think, when we hired these folks, I think that was what we were looking for, and we certainly found it with these guys. Just always impressed with the amount of thought they bring to their work, and the amount of compassion and love that they bring to the table. Yeah. Very, very happy to have the team that we have. I think we're very lucky to have the team that we have. Very caring, compassionate people who show up when they're not feeling well, and don't let people know. A good group of folks. Glad to work with them. I didn't mention my our case managers, Lisa and Chris Bennett, Lisa Pace and Chris Bennett. They have a wealth of experience that they bring to the table, and have guided our clients, our residents, to better outcomes. Right.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of dedicated people who really care and bring a lot to the table here, and we're blessed. For sure.
We definitely are. I think when I think of our staff, I was saying throughout the night a couple of times that we're probably one of the youngest staff amongst other. John kind of tips the scale a little bit, but hopefully he's not watching, so he doesn't hear that, and hopefully nobody.
No, I hope he's watching.
Yeah, right. He's gonna come. I gave him a hard time earlier this morning. But we have one of the youngest, I think, staff in rescue missions across the U.S. And really, I think we've got some of the longest tenured staff. We've got staff who's been serving for, 3, 4 or more years.
When did you start? You started volunteering.
Yep, I started as a volunteer, and in February it'll be 8 years.
Wow. So,
just really dedicated staff.
I know Brian's been here 5, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 for myself.
Yep, 8, 5, 4. Good. Will and Sam are a little over 2 years.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, Al is I want to say COVID baby. He's a COVID.
I think he did. Start working that year.
COVID employee. We hired him in 2020, so he's been here almost 5 years. Chris Bennett, same thing.
Oh my gosh,
almost 4 years. Yeah,
he started before I did.
Yeah. So he's just been a long time employee of ours. So I'm really grateful to be.
Well, there's a reason we
working
don't have a lot
alongside.
of high turnover, right?
Yeah.
We enjoy our work.
Yep.
We care about our people, and
certainly.
Keep coming back. Keep coming back for more.
Yep. I believe it. Appreciate it. Do what? Oh yeah, we're three minutes out from national feed time, so that there's either 74 or 76 of the rescue missions. What started here in Winchester 7 years ago with one of Brandon's brilliantly crazy ideas has now gained the attention of rescue missions all across the U.S.
It's gone nationwide, as ZZ Top says.
It's gone nationwide, and so grateful to be joining those guys. So yeah, continuing to raise funds to hit our goal of 24,000, and we're gonna take
Thank
just
you.
a quick minute break as we get ready to prep and hop on for the national feed. So appreciate you guys. Stay tuned, and you'll see the 70 some other rescue missions here in just a couple minutes.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
for business administration and really had opportunity to travel all around the world to see the Salvation Army's impact in many different places. The Salvation Army is currently serving in 134 countries, and I've had the privilege to actually visit 52 of those countries. So it was quite an opportunity to see what's happening all around the world from a Salvation Army ministry standpoint. And then the last 4.5 years before coming back to the United States, my wife and I served as the territorial leaders for our Latin American North Territory, which includes 10 separate Latin American countries, including Cuba and Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, everything from Guatemala south to Panama in Central America, and then Colombia and Venezuela in South America. So that, again, was a real eye-opening opportunity, and just to see how God is moving in those various countries as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and to really see, I think the broad base of experience that you bring from obviously the international side of that, to certainly the headquarters in Britain, to throughout the U.S. And I love that Latin America piece, and maybe we'll come back and touch around that as well. One of the things, Merle, that we connect around is really your adult rehabilitation centers, and knowing that that's a place where you often provide addiction recovery programs and different kinds of things like that. What are you seeing from the Salvation Army side with regard to addiction recovery and homelessness and mental health these days?
Well, one of the things that we have always been actively involved in is being a part of the whole continuum of care process, that we have certain isolated centers that actually do addiction services, where then once somebody has been through those types of services, we then have our adult rehabilitation centers, which give people not just dealing with substance abuse disorders, but also in many other situations, the opportunity just to get back on their feet, to have the kind of support that will give them opportunities for counseling, give them opportunities for work therapy, give them opportunities to really develop life skills that they may have lost along the way, and to reunite them with families and get them able to go back into society and find good working jobs. And we've just seen some real tremendous results from that. And one of the results that is always very encouraging is when you see a life transformed
Recording stopped.
I'm not sure.
You're good. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
One of the things that has been very gratifying to see always, and it's a real blessing, is when you see a man or a woman who's come through that adult rehabilitation program have reconnected with their faith, with their Christianity, and rededicated their lives to God and to serving others.
Recording in progress.
And one of the things that I thought would be interesting for those to see today is just a prime example of that. A man who had gone through our adult rehabilitation program, got his life back together to the point that he is now serving as a Salvation Army officer in the Kansas City area. And if we can roll the video, I think that you'll be impressed by the ministry that he's doing right now.
Great. Sounds like a great story. We'll roll the video right now.
We prep all week what we're going to do, and then Sunday happens and we just let the Holy Spirit take over.
Conventional church, you have a lot of structure. Dinner church, it is structured, but we come in, we fellowship, we sing the songs. We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you smell like. If people come in here homeless with their bags, and we go pick you up. We can come pick you up. We can pick up the women from the senior living facilities. We pick up people off the street. We're not making them feel that they have to be of a certain essence to be in the room.
The variety of people that come, they come as they are. They don't need to impress, whether, their hygiene's a little off or whatever, wherever they're at, we meet them and get to serve them a hot meal, share a message, prayer request, let them get some hygiene, food pantry. So it's a great thing to be a part of. It changes my life every Sunday.
Me and my friend were walking down the street and we seen Lieutenant Donald taking all this stuff in the building. We asked him, "What is that?" And he said, "I'm trying to set up a thing called Dinner Church for, people around the neighborhood to gather together and talk about God." So we went inside. I've been going since day one. I haven't missed a Sunday. I love it. I love the worship that he gives. I love the songs. And when I leave there, I feel great. So I keep coming back.
My name is Lieutenant Donald Cooper, and I'm currently stationed in Kansas City at the Prospect Corps. Dinner Church is a fresh expression of what the Holy Spirit can do during church. Hospitality has been our biggest hook in being here. The music is on, the coffee's hot, the food is good, the space is decorated beautifully, and all that so that it can be the hook, so that they can be introduced into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
I don't think I would go to a regular church. I would love to come to a place like this where nobody's judging. It feels like family. Come as you are. When you leave here, you leave not only full and spiritual full. He's welcoming you to the pantry if you need anything. If you need a clean shirt, come on over. He's loving, and it's like this was what he was made to do.
That first night we had 20 people. We gave hygiene, we gave food, we sat around the tables. I told my story about how I was lost in the streets and how I was an addict for 10 years in and out of the prison systems, incarcerated. But look what God has done in my life. Because attendees were heavily people that were from that community of unhoused and addicts, it really hit home for them.
I didn't feel like I had a place I truly belong until I started going to dinner church because I had a lot of things going on. And when I talk to Lieutenant, it builds my strength back up, because sometimes I question, which I shouldn't. And I don't think I will make it without being able to talk to him or our dinner church, for real, because they are my family. So it's helped me a lot.
To hear prayer requests at the end of the night, people begging, "Lord, please deliver me from my addictions," crying out to God about getting out of relationships that are physically abusive, crying out for cures for diseases and violence, people who have lost their sons and daughters to the gun violence in this community. To hear people who were unwelcome in Sunday morning church, who accidentally found church on a Sunday night, crying out to God again. I can't put words to it. To remember the place that God found me. And then to be a part of someone's journey where God finds them. I cry a lot. On the way to work, I cry. When I go home, I cry because I'm so thankful that, one, God did not hold my past against me. But two, that He has used everything that I've ever been through to move people out of their circumstances. And sometimes I still don't believe it. It's more than I could have ever hoped, dreamed, or imagined. God's plan for me. And then to be able to witness God doing the same thing over and over again, I know that I'm experiencing revival. I know that in hearts, not in a building, not in a program. We experience revival in hearts, sitting around dinner church tables.
Thanks so much for sharing that video, Merle. That was a touching story, a great story of transformation, and an incredibly innovative ministry idea around dinner church. And just love being able to create spaces like that that are able to embrace community for people who might not otherwise get it. And I think that that's certainly part of what the Salvation Army is about, and certainly one of the things that we try to do at Citygate Network as well. And when I was talking with some of the leaders at the U.S. Interagency Center around homelessness, they talked about between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, we really have about 70% of all of the shelter beds in the United States. And I look at our relationship and connection in that way around how we live out our faith. Also, that we both have connected roots coming out of England with the booths with the Salvation Army, and as we look at the multiple connections and how we're trying to do what we do, and now we've actually had a memorandum, an official memorandum of understanding where we're working together. What might be your hope in being able to partner into the future as we journey together, Merle?
Well, I think my hope is always that between the two organizations that we can have the kind of impact that we saw in the life of Lieutenant Donald Cooper. I mean, if you saw those before and after pictures, you know that that is not just an isolated event, but it's through our work that our volunteers, our staff people do on a daily basis that lives are being transformed. And I think anything that we can do to work together to make sure that the needs are being met in all the communities where we serve. Obviously, that no one organization can do everything. And so it's so much better when we can collaborate and work together to accomplish what God wants to accomplish through our ministries. And if that's finding ways to collaborate on different projects that will benefit those that we serve, finding ways that we can support each other through prayer and just in sharing some of the struggles that naturally arise as a part of that. And then one of the things that I think that has been a real opportunity for both our organizations as well as the Teen Adult Challenge is the study that we're working on to try to provide some, I guess, scientific evidence of the impact that we're making on people's lives and how much more effective it is when it's based on a relationship with Jesus Christ and has that faith component to it. That I think if we can share that message with the world, that they can also help to understand how important it is to support ministries such as ours.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the results bring and yield from the questions that are asked that we kind of invite people to participate in moving forward. And I do believe that we're going to find both faith-based and evidence-based data to support the process and the ways that we invite people into recovery, and through the power of the Holy Spirit being able to overcome addictions and see that happen. But want to officially welcome you into your role, Merle, and I look forward to greater and greater friendship together, both on a personal level, but certainly between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, knowing that really how we live out our faith, how we share the love of Christ in tangible and relevant ways really is salt and light in our hurting world. And so thanks for taking the time for this conversation on this bench, and for being a partner in ministry as we live out our faith faithfully for God's glory. Blessings, Merle. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and God bless you and your ministry as well. And I look forward to us continuing to work together into the future.
right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I don't know what
Can't
time it is.
wait. I don't know what time it is either. I don't wear a watch.
I
You're
wear a
on.
watch, but it's dead.
Mm.
And we're live. Welcome back, guys. Excited to be back with you all here. Just wrapped up a couple of tours and just really good conversations with some passerbyers who were walking by, and excited to have my good friend Wendy Ware joining us this morning. Wendy, thanks for stopping by. And for anyone who might not have the privilege yet of knowing you, would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes. So, like Lauren said, I'm Wendy Ware. I work over at Valley Health Wellness and Fitness Center. I'm the member service manager, and I try to do anything I can when I can for the community, and so does my team over at the Wellness Center.
Yeah, and you guys do that in just a handful of ways. You all hosted us, so graciously hosted us for a community yard sale where we
Yep.
were the beneficiary of.
Mhm.
I know that you all are the host site for CCAP's bike ride,
Yep.
which is a big fundraiser for them. And I know every time that I come into the Wellness Center, you guys are doing some kind of drive, sometimes for veteran organizations and just other nonprofits.
Yeah, it's very important to give back. Local community is important. It's also important to teach others that you work with the importance of outreach and making those
Mhm.
connections and feeling like you have a purpose in what you're doing and seeing the outcome.
Yeah. And not only do you work at Valley Health Wellness and Fitness Center, but you are also a alum and an assistant coach with Shenandoah University's
Yes,
field
I am.
hockey
I have
team.
the privilege of doing that. Thank you to Ashley Smeltzer Craft, amazing head coach over there, has done so much with the program. I've been so blessed to be back over there. It's just a great team. It's a great organization. She does, again, a lot with the community. So it helps me and it motivates me to do more because of the stuff that she does with the team itself.
Yeah, and the team regularly is out and about in the community. I know with preseason, they dedicate, I think, almost an entire afternoon, almost close to an entire day, to be in the community volunteering. They were over here with us one afternoon,
Yes.
hanging out with us, and I was talking to Jay Foreman. Do you know Jay Foreman?
I think so.
And he is a really like a local leadership guru. And he and I were talking about how Ashley, I think, is not just in the does not just concern herself with developing great field hockey players or great athletes, but great students
Absolutely.
and future leaders. And I was talking to him about how the field hockey program, before they come into preseason, they have a book, and it's usually around leadership.
And the main focus of what we should expect within the season.
Mhm.
She really develops those young ladies. Another really good one they do is for assistant coach Bloom. They do a thing out in Front Royal every year for
remember
the
that.
local school community, and all the girls really enjoy it. They all have their stations. So it's like from all coaching aspects of that organization that really just focuses on not just being a student athlete, but being a human, being a kind human, and giving out what you would expect back.
Yeah.
I mean, you're an alumni.
Yes.
You're an old lady now.
I've lost count of how many years it's been, so I can only imagine
what it's been for me.
What it's been
2003
for you. 2008.
Yeah, there you go.
I think it was the first time that I met you. It was my sophomore year.
Mhm. That was the first year I
we
came
were
back.
Just wrapping up practice, and I can remember walking out of the locker room and being like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were an alum. Like, when did you graduate?" And it's just a really fond memory.
Yes,
of
calling me old.
Well,
It's a good time.
now I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Like now I'm one of them.
Well,
But-
let me just spotlight you real quick. I'm very thankful for being here today. You've done a phenomenal job with this organization for our community. You've got a great team. I'm beyond proud of you. I feel your purpose. I feel your passion anytime I'm around you when you're in the spotlight. And I think I just enjoy watching your journey. I enjoy watching your growth. And I'm just really proud of you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that, Wendy.
So make sure I said that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I didn't cry either, so I did pretty good.
Yeah, I totally would have cried.
I know, I'm a little emotional.
Yeah.
It's all right, though.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
love you. I appreciate
love you
you. I
too.
thank you for all the ways that you support me personally.
Yeah.
And that you support the rescue mission because I know you care You've been in this Winchester area for a long time, and I know you care about it, and you're
I do.
raising young boys, young men in this community. And, we were just talking inside with Mr. Delegate Bill Wiley, and, talking about the importance of, making eye contact with people and shaking people's hands with intention. And I think the way that you carry yourself is just admirable. And I know that reflects in such a way because I know that you see people and you want to care for people and make
Absolutely.
people feel seen and well respected.
Well, like I tell my boys, little things go a big ways, excuse me. It's the eye contact, it's the handshake, it's
Mhm.
holding the door, it's acknowledging someone and making them feel like a person, not just like another voice.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping
I
by.
appreciate
Thanks
you.
for walking around the new building. We're
Yes, thank you
excited
for the
about
tour.
it.
It's
Yep.
beautiful inside. Again, you're bringing such wonderful things to this community, and it's nice to have your passion here and purpose. It's nice.
Yeah. It's a great privilege. Like you said, I work with a great team.
Yeah,
I'm
your
surrounded
team,
by great
absolutely,
people.
and the volunteers that you have. And
yeah.
if you haven't yet, please have an opportunity to come down and volunteer. It will change your outlook in so many different ways, and it's worth it. Anything that you can do for this organization, it's worth it.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Lots.
Love you.
Thank you, my friend.
Welcome.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hey, you
at
too.
Valley Health Wellness and Fitness Center. Tell Jason Craig I say hello.
I will. I'll go back and see him probably now.
Yep. All right. Sounds
All right,
good. Thanks,
see ya.
Wendy. Oh, hey. Oh, Wendy, sign this. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. I look like I got a. Awesome. All right, guys. It is almost 11 o'clock. I can't believe it. I am going to pull up our schedule, make sure that we are on schedule. Fantastic. 11 o'clock. In fact, I think they just pulled up here. Miss Ashley Hoffman with Winchester City Fire and Rescue Department and our new fire chief are here and able to join us. So we're going to take just a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a couple of seconds. And Sam's giving us the thumbs up. So excited to have some really critical community partners joining us here on the bench from Winchester City Fire and Rescue Department, our Chief Savage, and then Ashley Hoffman, our community paramedic. So guys, welcome to Conversations on a Bench. Ashley, this is not your first rodeo. Chief Savage, welcome. We're excited to have you. Conversations on a Bench started here in Winchester 70 years ago, but just for your just kind of for your understanding and your context, what we're doing now is we're actually live streaming with over 70 other rescue missions all across the U.S. And so what started something here in Winchester 70 years ago has now turned into a national movement to raise awareness around homelessness, mental illness, poverty, and addiction, and what rescue missions and similar ministries are doing to partner with their communities to really help address it. So welcome to Conversations on a Bench this year. I'm excited to have you. Chief Savage, we were talking just a little earlier that you came from the 757 Norfolk, Virginia area. So tell us a little bit about your experience there and then what attracted you to Winchester Fire and Rescue Department.
Well, I'm happy to be here today. So came here to Winchester in May and assumed this position. I worked in Norfolk for Norfolk Fire Rescue for 20 years. I worked up through the ranks there, was a paramedic, still a certified Virginia paramedic. So a little bit of a larger city, a lot of the same challenges that Winchester is working through and addressing with your programs as well. There we were working hard to get an MIH program in place. I was very pleased to see when I got here, one, that the program the fire department had was very robust, and then they'd found Ashley to take the lead with that. So I feel like we're well positioned to keep building on that and working as a partner and addressing a lot of the issues that are out there. We are actively looking to expand that as well. Mm-hmm. As far as what drew me to Winchester, was familiar with the city, had always enjoyed visiting and spending time here. I'd reached a point, in my career in Norfolk, having checked a lot of the boxes as far as career goals, that I was looking for a new opportunity. And as I progressed through the process here, the city just reached out and spoke to me more and more. Very positive interactions with everybody who was involved in the process to vet me, as I was also figuring out whether, the city was a good match. And it's been a very pleasant onboarding process. Really enjoyed getting to know everyone, all of our individual partners and city leadership, and very pleased with the decision and happy to be here.
Yeah, well, welcome. We're excited to have you, and very much looking forward to a continued partnership and better working with you all, and just always constantly improving for better patient outcomes and better community outcomes. So, Ashley, you've been with the community paramedic program for a year and a half. Okay,
year and a half now.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about what the community paramedic program is, how it came to be, and how it came to be, and kind of what it is.
So it actually started back in 2022, an initial initiative under Dan Hoffman, the current city manager, and Chief Henschel, our former fire chief. They wanted to develop a community paramedic program, and they were starting to come about in the state of Virginia. As a matter of fact, right now there are 17. We're one of those 17. So still lots more room for growth in the state. But I came in 2024 after a gentleman named Rob had left that had worked in it for some time, and I kind of picked up where he left off, and we did a little bit of rebranding of what everybody used to know as the community program. We now call it our CARE program, Mobile Integrated Health. But what we're doing is we're connecting citizens in the community and bringing awareness to resources that are available and making sure that they're becoming engaged in using those. So in our case, we collaborate a lot with our homeless individuals, our unhoused individuals, some of them that might have current residency with you, or ones that don't currently. So what we do is we address all their social determinants of health, and not just the unhoused, but also our housed folks, right? Are they able to have transportation to get to medical appointments? Do they have insurance? Are they getting their medications? Are they taking them properly? Do they need work? Do they need education?
Mhm.
Our program really can align people with any type of resource. It might be
Mhm.
a mother needing daycare assistance and resources. It might be someone who needs the literacy program here locally,
Mhm.
getting them lined up with the Free Foundation for durable medical equipment,
Mhm.
all of those needs.
Mhm.
So we work really hard to try to make sure that all those are met and provide that external follow-up that extends out from the hospital, the doctor's office, and the resources that are available.
Yeah. So very much needed. You and we were all speaking a little earlier, just a couple minutes before we went live, around that we both, I think, frequently work with individuals who frequent the emergency room,
Yes.
and we are great partners with Valley Health, and grateful for the footprint and the services that they provide. Jason Craig was just up here earlier, and I know that you all work frequently.
Yes, we do.
Work frequently together. And so, do you think some of those things where, or some of the contributing factors to someone, frequenting the emergency room more than maybe necessary, or more than you would expect? And what is your program and the community doing to help with that?
So you mentioned Jason Craig and Valley Health. So we are great community partners together. Part of our initiative in addressing that very issue, whether they are housed or unhoused people that are frequenting the ER or the hospital, is collaborating with their case management, their social work team, on creating a better discharge plan, and then having that communication to follow up in the community to make sure that what they have put in place, that I can help support that for a better success. I would say some of the things that can contribute to the repeat utilization or high utilization of the ER is sometimes it's an education thing. Some people aren't aware of maybe their proper route of when to call or talk to a primary care, or maybe this is urgent care related. I think another part of it is insurance, whether they have it or not, and the ability to get medicines. That's another resource. So a lot of people don't realize that we have resources in the community where we can get them free or very low cost meds, that we can get them benefits, whether it's through social services or some of the local insurance partners that we work with to get some low cost issues. But I think the other thing that too plagues is when people become desperate, right? Because they're really falling on hard times. They don't always know where else to go. So I think that sometimes is the obvious answer.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is get ahead of that by properly educating them, right, on that this really isn't the proper use of the emergency room. Let's talk about getting your medications, your things under control to manage that chronic disease, the chronic diseases that they have, or maybe it's getting stabilized housing, right? How to kind of get them back on their feet. And that really serves the community as a whole too, right? It's hopefully bringing down some ER wait times a little bit. It's driving people to go to the appropriate resources and hopefully for long-term success. So.
Yeah. I one of the things that we work with at the mission is doing our best to assess when is this really an emergency, and I think a lot of that comes with the education piece. Is that a lot of times some of the individuals that we will work with assume that something is, I need to go to the hospital, where we our staff is now trained to be able to assess, is this truly a medical emergency where we do need to call 911 and request medical services, or is this something that we can, evaluate and say, this is actually something where you can go to your primary care. This is something where if you're a patient at Sinclair, we can send you and even walk you right up the street to Sinclair Medical Clinic. And so, yeah, I think that educational component of assessing, is this truly a medical emergency, or is this something that we can work with to get you a better level of care,
right?
That doesn't slow down and bog down our emergency room, that's just better addresses a need that they have.
Yeah, even our partnership with the police department, for example, and then Officer Sloan, that is currently detailed to the downtown mall. Often if people are having a medical issue, sometimes he'll call me if it's not like an obvious emergency to kind of come down and evaluate and figure out what that correct route is, whether it's utilizing Valley Health's transition clinic, even if they have no physician at all. So that's another way that I kind of work in the community, is trying to bridge that gap or intervene and be able to help get them, instead of to the ER, other options that are appropriate.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned Corporal Sloan, and I've been able to meet him a handful of times as I'm on the walking mall, and certainly appreciate the work that he does there. And you also work, and in fact, you share a building location
We do.
with Officer Morris and Melissa with Winchester Police Department. So I was hoping that I would be able to see them, but because you share a building space with them, and I know that you all see each other quite frequently. Talk to us a little bit about the work that they do and how you all work together.
Okay, so they are a addiction response team that's built within the police department. And we actually started co-collaborating because there are co-occurring factors with some of the referrals and things that I get. But Melissa is their peer recovery specialist, and they are fabulous to work with. We actually work a lot in tandem because, again, it's not just always addiction issues. There might be underlying health problems or other things that coincide. So we really work great as a collaborative team to help people battle their substance use issues, but as well as getting back on their feet. Melissa and I actually took a community health worker course together through James Madison University. So she, to a degree, is trained very much like I am now. So we kind of do a blend of almost like social work and case management along. It's not just about aligning them with the rehabilitation source, but continuing to follow them in the community.
Yeah, I think that's so needed and so necessary. And I think one of the things that I really appreciate you all is that you don't see it just as transportation, but I think when you walk into, and I've had the privilege of multiple interactions, both with our residents and personally, of just the level of care and professionalism that when you all respond to a call, that you bring to that, especially when it is someone who might be experiencing a mental health crisis, and if it's something that the police aren't required to step into, just this level of professionalism and care that you all bring to that call. I really admire that, and I really appreciate that, and especially with working, so hands-on regularly with people who very frequently, as we all do, need that, but certainly people coming from vulnerable populations need that. So.
And another addition to our office is also, I believe he just got promoted, but Corporal Fisher now. So he and I actually participate on the city's behavioral health court docket together as one way to help navigate people with mental health or behavioral health crises in the community. So he and I typically, much like Melissa and Nate or Corporal Morris, respond together. Corporal Fisher and I do as well sometimes when it comes to some of the mental health crisis or emergencies that we're dealing with in the community. So
I love that.
Give him a shout out too.
Yeah. Corporal, I've seen him a couple of times in and out of the building, and I just didn't know if it was coincidence because of Morris and just the work that in general that the police department does there. But that's great. I love to hear that. All right. Chief, one of the things that I hear quite frequently is that there is a strain on our first responders, particularly our fire department. And one of the really exciting things that is I know going on is actively under construction is a little further north of us is South End Fire Department. So can you give us an update on where that project is, what's going on there?
So that you're correct. The station is starting to show some very definitive signs of progress. We're still on track to move in probably roughly this time next year. And that's going to be a big shift for the city as well as the fire department. So that will be a new situation where we will have multiple units housed under the same roof, as well as multiple levels of our rank structure. Definitely following that more modern approach that a lot of other jurisdictions, it's commonplace there. So it is very exciting. The progress there has been moving right along, and I think it's right at the point where the visible signs of that progress are about to take off. So it's an exciting time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I love.
You also touched on something a minute ago that really sparked, and I think that from the individual agencies and the street level providers, and it was the comment you made about just the transportation aspect of that. So I think from the individual agencies, and one of the refreshing things that programs like this, as well as the expanded collaboration, is I think at providers, a lot of times you do get stuck in that model of what you can do on your own for these, for our patients. And you recognize that that definitely is not enough and it's not definitive, but it was almost that sense of helplessness. So I think that the shift and the expansions of programs within the traditional fire service for the mobile integrated healthcare, as well as the expanded collaborations like this. And I can tell you, it's been refreshing here in the city of Winchester, just like the collaboration that Ashley's having with her peers. It's happening at the leadership level as well, trying to collaborate and combine resources and see how these approaches can best impact, not just the needs of the city and the system, but also getting to that point where that definitive help is reaching the patients themselves. So that, from having been a paramedic riding the ambulances, back in the day, that has been a real noticeable shift and benefit, not just to the system, but the providers, but to the patients as well.
Yeah, certainly. I appreciate you mentioning that. You said that you were a part of Norfolk's Fire and Rescue Department for over 20 years, around 20 years.
Right at 20.
Okay, fantastic. During your tenure there, and really just kind of overall with your experience in fire and rescue departments and in that industry, has there been a shift in what you would say as like street level, and I don't want, maybe street level medicine isn't the right answer, but with the calls that you all regularly respond to, have you seen a shift in kind of what those calls require, or what types of calls those are? Have you seen a shift in kind of that demographic at all?
I would say that pretty consistently the call type it's the same mix that does repeat. I think that one of the things that you do run into are the patients with those comorbidities that you may not always know exactly what you're dealing with at that time. And I think the reality is that a lot of our unhoused folks are dealing with that same situation. So we're encountering them. So I think that from that perspective, most jurisdictions, including ours, are very well trained in everything we need to know to treat the broad spectrum of cases that we might encounter. And I think that there has been an increased awareness in recognizing when to dig deeper and recognizing, what the signs are that could be masking certain things that don't jump out initially. So I think that the scope of practice for providers nationwide has just continued to expand exponentially as far as what can be done out in the field environment. But along with that, I think that the broader awareness of that holistic approach to patient care has expanded as well. So
yeah.
I would say too. Oh, sorry. I would say too, not just being reactionary. The goal, especially with this program too, is we want prevention, right? We don't want things to get any worse. Sometimes we want to attempt to ward things off. So when it comes down to referrals, my referrals come from numerous places. It's just not based off of a fire department, ambulance encounter or a PD encounter. I get referrals from organizations like you all, other nonprofits we work with, the hospital. People can even go online to our website under community risk reduction and submit a care referral for me to come out. So it could be neighbor referring neighbor. You can refer yourself. But I think that that's one thing that we're trying to do is get ahead of some of these things before we get to that point. Now, unfortunately, sometimes that's not the case. So we have to be a little bit reactionary. But again, the goal is to prevent anything from further worsening.
Yeah, certainly. I am so very grateful for the work that you all do, and again, just I'm grateful for the level of care that you all have, especially for the population that my team and I have the privilege of working with every day. They're frequently folks in the community that fall through the cracks, that are frequently, I think, overlooked and don't have an opportunity really to advocate for themselves. And so I'm so grateful that we have the community paramedic program, the care program, and again, just grateful for the level of care and professionalism that you and your department bring to every call, and certainly look forward to being a good neighbor to Shawnee right across the street from us over here, and continuing good neighbors to Friendship friendship over there on North Cameron Street. And yeah, I appreciate the work that you all do, and the work that you all do in the community.
Same here. We appreciate what you all do every day, and it's been a pleasure getting to know you all the last year and a half and work collaboratively together. Watch you guys getting ready to move into this big building. Super excited about your ribbon cutting.
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate a long time coming in the construction process, and yeah, excited to be here. Excited to be here as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you all
Thanks for having
coming.
us.
Welcome. Congratulations for your first time on Conversations on a Bench, and I look forward to next year joining with you as well. So
Happy to be here.
awesome.
I agree.
Appreciate you guys. All right, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. All right, when Brian comes back, we're going to take just a quick break. I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs. And honestly, I'm so grateful that it's warm enough where I feel like I can take off Under Armour right now. So I'm going to run inside, stretch my legs, take off an Under Armour top. Oh, yeah, yes, much warmer, certainly than January, 4 degrees. That was at that point. I mean, I think you had texted me and you were like, Lauren, you need to move inside. This is no longer physically safe. I had a couple of people say that to me. So last night wasn't nearly as bad. I think it was only down to like 34 degrees. So we were cozy. We were all right last night. So yep, excited for the warmth and the sunshine, and have a really exciting conversation here coming up in just another minute. All right, we'll be back soon, guys. All right, and Brian, are we good? All right, we have audio, we have visual, and we have a puppy dog and
And we
sunshine,
have a puppy
and
dog.
life is great. I mean, yeah, life is so good. So I am here, folks, with my good friend and our local council member representative here for Ward 4, Kathy Tagnese. Kathy, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench.
Oh, thank you,
Excited
Lauren.
to have you.
I'm so delighted and happy to be here, especially to chat with you about the program here, about homelessness, and what are you guys going to do here?
Yeah, we're so excited to finally be here. You overheard our conversation with our fire chief, Chief Savage, and just how much I can appreciate construction and being completed with a large project. So this has been a long time coming for us, almost 4 years in the making. But here before the end of the month, we will be moved into our building here on Valley Avenue at the Ed L. Christine T. Molden Beacon of Light Center. And here at this facility, we will be hosting and housing our men's and women's rehabilitative programs here. We've got capacity for right under 50 individuals. And so really what makes Winchester Rescue Mission programs is that we really see the programs that we offer more than just warehousing of people. One of the things that we say is we're not in the warehousing of people business, we're in the life transformation business and the human betterment business. And so we want to equip and empower individuals to experience what is in our mission statement of healing from the past, hope for the present, and hope for the future. And so equipping our folks who come through our doors in need of services and support with the resources that they need to help navigate not only towards self-sufficiency, but one of the themes that we've been discussing over the last almost 20 hours is, it's like 21, almost 21 hours, is the significance of not just self-dependence, but of interdependent, or not just self-sufficiency, but interdependence, and the beauty that can come from, knowing what you're good at and knowing what you can contribute to society, and then sharing that. Because I think there's such beauty in just not just being self-sufficient and independent, but interdependent amongst and within a community.
Well, people have asked me, what are your plans to do with your other location now?
Yep, up on North Cameron Street. So our plan for now is to keep that facility that has been in Winchester Rescue Mission hands since 1973, almost 50 years ago when we started. And so our plan and my hope is to continue to use that building as much as we can for as long as we can. So currently at the end of this month when we move, we'll continue to keep Cameron Street and operate what we call Cameron Market out of that. And so we partner with our local food bank. We pick up food that that certain restaurants and grocers can no longer stock, sell, or serve. We bring it back to our facility there on Cameron Street. We distribute what we can to families who come through our doors in need of groceries. And then we're able to keep some and continue serving meals out of there with a community lunch and dinner. So when we move here, we'll continue to operate Cameron Market out of our Cameron Street facility, and we will continue to serve a community lunch. Moving after that, as we look into the new year, there are a handful of things that the board and I are really working. The board and the staff and I are really discussing and working on how is the integrity of the building? How can we best be the best stewards of the resources that we have with the building? And so we're really reevaluating or really evaluating how can we best use that facility with the resources that we have. We are working very intentionally and strategically to develop a development plan that allows us the ability to grow our operating budget almost double over the next 18 months. And so just continuing to build that and continue to fundraise in that. But our plan is to continue to keep that building, utilize it in the best ways that we can. What exactly that looks like as far as residential services, we're still developing, but our main priority is to really take care of what we know that we do well, which is rehabilitative programs for the time, and then staging into some other things as we continue to understand the needs of that physical building.
One of the things, one of the initiatives that, or policies that City Council now has is looking at is homelessness. You know, and what can we do to establish a policy? How can we come together? You know, to really, you know, form a partnership with the community, with resources in addressing homelessness, because you in Rescue Mission have done absolutely phenomenal with this, you know, but I know that it needs more.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And from your perspective, what do you think the main causes of homelessness are?
Such a good question. I would say that there are a number of contributing factors to homelessness. I would argue that more than what is actually reported, because it is self-reported, one of the main contributing factors to homelessness is mental illness. And you know, as someone who came from a background in the medical field, that there's a difference between mental health and mental illness. And what I would say is there's a large number of individuals who are suffering from just debilitating effects of homelessness because of mental illness. There's other factors that we were talking about earlier that can contribute to somebody experiencing homelessness. Things like physical illness, the ability to access healthcare, and kind of the educational component of being aware of how to access medical care. There's a handful of individuals that come to us in need of medical care, but they're just not sure how to navigate it, and they have not been sure how to navigate it. And
Right.
so it's kind of some of these things are kind of the chicken and the egg effect. You know, if someone continues not to be able to take care of themselves independently, that might lead them to be a little more vulnerable and frequenting the emergency room. So then they're you know, they continue to have increasing medical bills, and then they're not able to pay for their home, and then because they have outstanding medical bills, and then that makes them more ill. And just there's a handful of contributing factors. Literacy can sometimes be a contributing factor. Jason Craig from Valley Health, who you might know, he's a good friend of ours and just a really well-known good friend of the community. He and I were up here talking about the social determinants of health, things like do you feel safe in your home, do you have access to safe and reliable transportation, what is your literacy, what does your educational level look like, you know, what does your family dynamic look like. But what I would say is all of those are what I would consider contributing factors. When we look at really that deeper, that root cause of homelessness, Kathy, I would argue and I would very boldly say that it's broken relationships. And the reason for that is it's not just job loss and then you're homeless. It's not just that you lose your house and then you're chronically homeless. When you look at the national average for how long it takes someone to experience chronic homelessness, it's not just job loss. It's not just loss of housing. It takes on average 6 years for someone to experience chronic homelessness. And so when I look at that, that's again, just not those immediate things. That is broken relationship after broken relationship and burnt bridge, because those contributing factors can put a strain on those relationships. And so we at the Rescue Mission really want to create an environment where we're able to create a safe and dignifying space where they're able to see their own innate dignity, and that they believe in the ability and the power that they have to build relationships and rebuild relationships with others. So there's definitely a lot of contributing factors. Mental illness is one that I would argue is one that's not really talked about enough, nor does it have enough resources to be that are poured into it. But I think we're doing a great injustice if we think that we can just cross these things off and not actually take care of the human being that each individual who walks through our doors in need of services is, and the needs that they have just to be seen just as that, and the importance of relationship and the importance of community.
What do you see that you need from the community at this point? If you were to say, okay, here are some things that I believe that the community could come together, either for your mission rescue or in the community as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. First thing, and this is one that I'm really passionate about, is there's kind of this phenomenon of NIMBYism. And NIMBY, NIMBY, stands for not in my backyard. And so a lot of times
Gotcha.
people can look at the work that we do here at the Rescue Mission and they're like, oh, God bless you. You do such good work. You're helping the homeless. But when it comes to wanting to really help the homeless and, for example, establish this facility, and you know, setting up and establishing resources for individuals who are devastated by the effects of homelessness, there's this idea of, yeah, you can do good work and there's certainly a need, but just not in my backyard. We don't want those people here. Or it's not our problem, it's you know, the county's problem, or it's Warren County's problem, or it's Front Royal's problem, or it's DC's problem, when really I would argue that homelessness is really everywhere. I mean, there's over 70 other rescue missions across the US that are joining us who would say they experience the same thing and they're experiencing the same issues that we are, and we're all just trying to solve it together. And we're doing a great injustice if we start off by saying there's a need, but just not in my backyard. So I would address that, and I would just want to really educate the community on the biases that we have that surround homelessness. They're not lazy, they're not drug addicts, they're not bums. They're human beings that deserve respect, deserve eye contact, and deserve asking your name, and they deserve our help just as much as anyone else does. In other ways that the community can help, I mean, this project has been, as you know, a long time coming, over 4 years.
Right.
And so it takes funds to help make this happen. It takes funds to build brick and mortar facilities. It takes funds to keep the lights on. It takes funds to employ the incredible team of staff that we have, which goes all directly towards benefiting the programs and the individuals that we serve. So advocacy and education and awareness, funds, obviously. And then, you know, I am a prayerful person, and so I think one of the greatest ways that I've seen the community, particularly our church community, benefit and bless the rescue mission is through prayer. And just praying over the rescue mission is one of the best ways, the greatest ways I think that we can see real change happen. I believe wholeheartedly in that.
Awesome. And I do too, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, great. Well, Kathy, I thank you so much. And what's your puppy dog's name? I didn't.
Enna.
Yeah,
She's named
Girl.
after a little town in Sicily.
I love it. Well,
Yeah.
she is so sweet.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
She's my little West Virginia dog.
I love her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's this is the first dog with, so far at least, that's been on camera on the bench of this year. So Enna, welcome to the bench, girlfriend.
She's not a purebred, which I love.
Okay.
Yeah, and she
like a Cocker Spaniel
Yeah,
mix?
she's part Cavapoo and part Poodle. And she
Okay.
came from a Mennonite farm in West Virginia.
All right.
I mean, what can
I
you?
love it.
There
Yeah.
you go.
She's so sweet. So sweet.
Well, thank you so much. And
I
I
appreciate
got to tell you, I just appreciate everything that you do, everything your team does. I mean, they are absolutely,
Yeah.
I mean, the best of the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
best of the
Brian, best of the best. Will, best
Yeah.
of the best.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you guys. You guys
Yeah,
do great stuff.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Kathy, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the work that you do representing the city and the community. Thank you, my friend. Thanks. All right. Goodbye, Miss Enna. It's a great day to be a dog.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's a great day to be a dog. All right. Thank you, Kathy. Have a great day. All right, guys. Really excited to invite another good friend and great supporter of the community overall and of Winchester Rescue Mission, Mr. JJ Smith. JJ, welcome, sir. Welcome to Conversations on a Bench. It's so good to see you. Have you been on the bench before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're all right. Well, what a privilege it is.
Well, I think the
welcome.
privilege is mine.
I appreciate that. This is our 6th or 7th year doing this. And I think you may have overheard that there's over 70 other rescue missions across the U.S. that are joining in with us and really raising some awareness around homelessness and the effects that can contribute to that. So
good.
Appreciate having you here. JJ, I mentioned that you are a great supporter overall of the community and that of the rescue mission as well, for which we are very grateful. And I'm curious why you choose to support the community in the very generous ways that you do. What drives you to support in the ways that you do?
Well, I just feel like I've been very blessed, and I think if I give back, maybe I'll continue to be blessed. And I used to say I enjoyed working, and that by working, I could give more. So instead of quitting work and giving less, and I found it more enjoyable to continue to work and have money to give to things that I supported. Now I'm retired and I still have money to give things I support, so I'm happy to do it. And I guess I've been supporting you all for the last 3 years, ever since about the time I retired. And Brandon did a nice job of bringing me in, and
he sure did,
and making the sales job on how important it is what you all do.
Yep.
And honestly, the things I like to support are education, because I think education is the really key to getting most anyone in a position where they can sustain their living style. But after that, I like to support things that are trying to promote people living the American dream. I support some childcare type things, because for working people, childcare is the hardest part, to maintain a job and be able to, leave their family to have a job. But I think what you all do to try to put people back on track to be productive citizens is very important. So those are usually the two things I'm most generous with.
Yeah, and we're grateful for that. I can remember one of the very first conversations I had with you. We were in my office, and you kind of painted the picture of we're in the business of taking individuals who are on the cart and taking them off and putting them in the front of the cart to help pull and to help progress community and business forward, putting money back into the community, really, as you said, living that American dream. And I'm just grateful for the ways that you support us in that way.
What I like about your mission is you're sober enough to realize that you can't help everyone, but there's certain people you can help and be successful with, and that's important. And so I think it's better to have a focus on where you can accomplish a lot, which I think you all do. And so that's why I've been happy to support you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I can't stay for very long, so I know you've got a matching grant, so I thought I'd bring a little check along with me.
Wow.
And hopefully that'll help get you most of the way there.
That is incredible.
How are you doing on your goal?
So I just checked online before I got on the bench just a couple of minutes ago. Online, we've raised about 7,000. So this is really going to help us.
And what was your goal again?
24,000.
Okay, so at least halfway.
We're at least halfway. Well, JJ, I thank you so much for joining us and for your ongoing support, and look forward to many years to come.
Glad to be here.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. Sorry? All right. I'm hanging in there somehow. Like I'm hanging on by a thread thinner than you can actually visibly see. So
fueled by donuts and coffee.
Yeah, donuts and coffee. Yeah, that I think the sugar content and lack of water and good sustenance and high caffeine is it's wreaking havoc. I think I'm okay. Yeah, what time is
I
it?
can bring y'all lunch over. They're about to serve. We made beef stir fry and
nice.
veggies and rice.
Oh, cool. Dave Kelly from our friend Dave Kelly from
even
Cafe
better.
Del Sol is going to come over with I don't even remember what he was saying. Black and blue salad with crab cake salad and some sandwiches. Really, last night it was at a point where though I did really enjoy that conversation with those guys, but yeah, we'll get sandwich and salad, I think, coming our way. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jim. All right, Will, welcome back to the bench. This is your second time this year doing it, because I think you sat with us in January.
Yeah, I was out here then.
Oh Lord. Well,
it was a lot colder.
Yeah, we're grateful for sunshine and beautiful weather. So
amen.
Yeah. Will, introduce yourself, what role you have at the rescue mission, how you got involved, and yeah, we'll go from there.
So I'm Will Sloanacre. I'm the kitchen manager at Winchester Rescue Mission. I've been on staff for just over 2 years now. I think how I got involved, I started out as a volunteer, but it had been probably 3 or 4 years since I'd been in to volunteer to help out with dinner. And I happened to see a Facebook post from Brandon that they were looking for a kitchen manager.
I remember. Yep.
So I still had his number as he was my pastor years ago. So I shot him a text and came in for an interview, and that was the start of one of the best decisions I've ever made in life.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. Yeah, I love that you're a part of it, and especially a part of the kitchen culinary program. Talk to us a little bit about what the kitchen and culinary program is, how it came to be, and kind of what is up next for it.
So it's something that I wanted to start in previous roles outside of Winchester Rescue Mission. But I built it from the ground up. It gives our clients the ability to come in, gain hands-on experience in the kitchen, resume-worthy experience, and then at the end of the 8-week program, they can sit and take the Serve Safe Food Manager exam, which, for those that have no experience in restaurants, every restaurant has to have at least one person that has that certification. If they're open and serving food, at least one person on the clock has to have that. That just ensures food safety and standards and health standards across the board. And it opens countless doors for employment opportunities over and above what our case managers have done to partner with some other local businesses in the community to get our clients employment right off the bat. As soon as they pass, they've got two or three employment opportunities that they can pick from.
Yeah. Right on. I love that. In fact, just this morning, Rob and Lisa had come over with a couple of our guys, and 2 of them actually walked over to our restaurant neighbor here to our right, Popeyes, and asked for a application. And I think actually one of them ended up with a job interview tomorrow. So
that's awesome.
So yeah, I'm really excited about that. And tell us about the success of sitting through the kitchen culinary program and then testing for the Serve Safe certification.
So since we started the program about a year and a half ago, I've had 15 participants, 13 of which have taken and passed the Serve Safe exam. The 2 that didn't just opted to not take the exam, as they already had a valid certificate already. So they're like, I don't want to take it again. It's good for 5 years. I don't feel like sitting through a 90-question exam. And I'm like, that's 100% okay. I don't blame you.
I love it.
But just off the top of my head, there's at least 4 that I know of that went straight from the classroom where we took it to a potential employer and came back to the mission with job offer in hand. Making really good money starting out.
Wow.
2 of them are at Valley Health. The one already had a position with 50/50 Tap House here in town and came back and he's like, hey, I got a pay bump because I have this certification now.
Right on.
So I try to make the program as easy as possible to teach everything they need to know. So at the end of it, they can take the test, pass it first time, and really open doors to not only employment opportunities, but also just success in life.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that. The kitchen culinary program is definitely one of my favorite things that I've seen be developed at the Rescue Mission over the last couple of years. And kind of shifting gears a little bit, let's talk about you for a second, because one of the things that is so great about you is we kind of joke amongst the staff is that I feel like you can be given a 50-pound bag of potatoes and maybe like cornstarch and olive oil, and somehow you create like chicken cordon bleu, just something magnificent. And I don't even know how you do it. And so you're really just such a gift and an asset to the team. And I know the residents really appreciate your incredible gift of cooking. Where did you get that from? How did that start? Tell us about your wonderful wizardry of kitchen culinary skills.
So I was probably only 7 or 8, and I used to spend a lot of time with one of my grandmothers. She grew up during the Great Depression, raised kids, started having kids just after economics started improving then, but that was still very much her mindset. She used what she had, and she was going to use absolutely every piece of everything. So I learned how to make stuff stretch, how to make a meal out of a little bit of nothing.
Yeah.
And I've been able to take that and adapt it. And some of the other staff poke fun at me, but I actually use ChatGPT a lot as far as just ideas. I'll plug in, hey, I've got stew meat and this weird off the wall vegetable that nobody's ever heard of, because
bok choy.
Yeah. Because we partner with several grocery stores in Winchester, as well as the Blue Ridge Area Food Bank.
Yep.
To source food from, and that is where 95 to 97% of what I use in meal preparation comes from. So from day to day, I have zero idea what I'm getting.
Yeah.
And as Sam used to say when he was doing volunteer orientations, Will can take what looks like a hot pile of garbage and turn it into a 5-star meal.
Hey, yeah. I love that. Sam, you need to coin that. Hello, Victoria. How are you?
Yeah, that needs to be like part of my name tag from now on.
In the job description. Yeah, we'll put that in the job description. When Rob and Lisa were over here walking through the facility with our residents, one of our residents said, quote, "This looks like a kitchen from a Fortune 500 company," end quote. What are your thoughts on the kitchen here? How's it different? What are you excited about here?
Well, first, like everything in this kitchen is brand new. So it's, I'm not going to be fighting with an oven trying to just get it to turn on and work.
Yep, absolutely.
Which I've done that and somehow still managed to pull meals off with a single operating oven. But the volunteers are going to have so much more space when they come in to assist with meals. They're not going to be shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, trying to get stuff done. They can spread out. I don't know if it's been said, but the kitchen itself is about the size of the kitchen and cafe at Cameron Street. It is a drastic change in size and space from the current setup, but it's going to be so much nicer to be over here. I'm going to be able to keep stuff a little more organized, just due to that extra space, and hopefully crank out even better meals.
Yeah. One of the things that Sam and I have said, and a handful of the staff has said, is that this building is not. It's not just a bigger building; it's a better building. And when I look at the, the appliances and the services that we have here in Valley Avenue, it's just that. It's just better. We will be able to provide, I think, more nutritious meals in a more dignifying way. I think we'll be able to better extend, ordinary but radical hospitality. It gives us a dedicated classroom space to, lead our clients through our kitchen culinary program, things like nutrition, things like safe food handling practices. And yeah, I'm frankly like stoked. I'm really excited about this space, excited for you to step in it as our kitchen manager. And it's just a beautiful space, and I look forward to all that's to come in it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Awesome. All right, last thing. I was told that someone really special to you came up with a really cool name for something that the staff was going to get into last night. Tell us a little bit about that, because I was a little disappointed when I heard that you guys didn't do it, but last night.
Yeah,
but,
unfortunately, life happens, and we couldn't get
Yeah.
to trivia, but
Yeah.
we do have a staff trivia team.
Yes.
And my wife helped me coin the name Hope Dealers.
Hope Dealers. I don't know why I love that so much, but I really love that so much, and I love that Jessica came up with that. So Jessica, if you're watching, thanks. You're brilliant, and I look forward to hearing more about staff trivia. I hope we compete. I hope we're really competitive in it, because
I think one of our staff already has a team. I think Chris Bennett
we got to beat him.
is there.
Yep,
So
we gotta beat him.
we need to smoke him.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, smoke him. All right. Well, Will, I appreciate you. I appreciate the love that you have, the skill that you bring, and just really this level of fun and joy that you bring to our kitchen. I think we share food in such an intentional and a dignifying way, and you help in that so much. So thank you for serving alongside us. I appreciate you, and just all that you do. So thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Lauren.
Thanks for joining me on bench. All right, Sam, I'm going to ask you, or Brian, whoever, if you can just take a quick break, because I'm going to stand up, stretch my legs for a quick second, do a quick update on where we're at, and then really excited to come back to you guys and share a lot of really cool updates and bring some good friends up to more Conversations on the Bench, October 2025 edition. So excited to see you guys here in just a little while. Thanks, guys. thumbs.
Glasses on because
Yeah.
I don't do. Oh, well, you got them.
Oh yeah, I've been wearing them the majority of the time, at least
Even
when the
at
sun's up.
nighttime?
No, thankfully not at nighttime. No, it was too cold to be wearing them. Well, Sharon, welcome to Conversations on a Bench 2025, or I should say October 2025, because we had the brilliant idea of doing it in January outside.
Thank
so
you, Lauren.
yeah,
Thank you.
welcome.
So glad to be here.
Yeah. And Sharon, if you don't mind, introduce yourself. I know many will recognize you from around the community, but if you don't mind, just introduce yourself about who you are and what roles you have here in this community.
Thank you again for letting me be here. I love this concept. I love this idea. And I most of all love this organization and
Yeah.
all of the work that you do to help
Thank you.
people who are most in need in our community. I came to this community back in 1978. So I'm a little bit of a senior citizen here, but I continue to work full time because I'm so passionate about serving people who need it the most. I started my career with the city of Winchester, and I was their director of administration and human resources, and I did that for 30 years. I retired from there thinking I was done, and then I got a call from the board chair for Our Health. He suggested they were losing their nonprofit ED and that I might want to throw my hat in the ring. And I said, well, I just retired, so I'm not sure I want to do this again, but let's see. So I came to the interview. I ended up getting the job, and they asked if I would stay there for 5 years. And I said, I'll do my best. And 15 years later, I'm still here.
Wow.
It's hard to believe I've been with Our Health for that long.
Mm.
For those that don't know, Our Health is a nonprofit organization that owns and operates the campus of nonprofit health and human services providers on North Cameron Street. And we have 13 campus partners, but we also have nearly 100 partners throughout the northern Shenandoah Valley. And Lauren and the Rescue Mission are one of our partners, and we're very grateful for that. So my background is in more of facility management, administration, human resources, but those skill sets transferred pretty well to Our Health because owning the campus, you've got to be a good facility manager. You've got to manage the HR component of it. You've got to make sure that you are providing the services that your partners and their clients need. So that's a little bit about who I am. You did ask me to mention one other thing. One of my passions is this community, and I had the wonderful opportunity to serve as a volunteer for the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Festival. This is actually my 45th year volunteering with Apple Blossom. And 2 of those, most recently, I had the opportunity to serve as the president.
Wow.
Of the festival.
45-year long dedicated volunteer. Wow.
Yes. So I'm pretty passionate about it. And I know your organization is filled with a number of people who volunteer just to help because they see the need and they know that the need is great and it gets greater by the day.
It certainly does. Well, I thank you so much. I didn't know that you were with Apple Blossom serving as a volunteer for that long. And I definitely did not know that you were with Our Health for that long. And
I'm only 45, so I don't know how I've done all of this.
Well, I love it. I love the work that you guys do. Where your campus is. Yeah, I appreciate it. Where your campus is located is just right up the street from our facility on North Cameron Street, and you all just keep a beautiful green space, great facilities, and I had the privilege of sharing the bench with Mr. Andy Gale a little earlier this morning.
My good bud.
Yeah, and he and I were talking a little bit about Our Health, and one of my favorite things that you all have on your property, on your facility right now is the fridge. Yeah. So talk to us. I love it. Talk to us a little bit about what the fridge is, how it came to be, and what it's all about.
The fridge is a national project to provide outdoor industrial strength refrigerators for people who need to address food insecurity right away. And so we actually were the first refrigerator to be set up. It's been on our campus for years. I think it would have been right around COVID. And so it's a product of CCAP. One of our other partner agencies that I know you work with quite well. But what happened was when we sold our building to the city of Winchester, one of our buildings. We had to move the refrigerator, and we moved it onto the main property of the Our Health campus. And it's as if people never knew where it was before. And they are coming to that refrigerator nonstop, getting help. I'm sure Andy probably shared this story. I was a little bit worried about it. I thought people were going to come and just bring their big empty bag and just clear it out and go. But they are so respectful of each other. They're so aware that there are people in line behind them to get the food that they need. So they take what they need and they leave the rest for the people behind them. And it could be filled up 4 or 5 times a day. I mean, as soon as, I don't know how this network works, but I know you do. But as soon as that refrigerator gets filled, it gets emptied. And they all have cell phones, as we've talked about before, and they let people know, you know,
when it's filled.
And this is what's in it, and it gets used all the time. I'm going to put a clicker on the door just to give me an idea of how many opening and closings, because I know it's thousands.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Anyway,
every day. Yeah.
Glad to have been here for this. I am so grateful for what you all do. I'm so excited about your new space.
Us too.
This is awesome.
Yes, it's
and you guys need to come out and see it, and you need to come out and support them.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. It's definitely been a long time coming, long 4-year-long project for us, big undertaking,
and a lot of ups and downs.
Lots of up and downs, and we've learned lots along the way. And I think we've seen, really, just our whole team has seen it just as that. It was a learning opportunity for us,
and a labor of love.
It certainly was, and just had tremendous support from Kit Molden. And his wife Maria, to just show up and support this building and this project in just incredible ways. Key Construction, who I'm sure you are
they were our construction
McKee
people.
Yep.
And they did a lot of work on our campus.
Yep.
We love them.
And just really the McKee family overall has been
so
just so generous in the ways that they show up for the community as well. So grateful that we have the building at a point where we have it, and excited to here just in another couple of weeks be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony and then moving our guys and gals in. So we're excited.
And I look forward to coming back for that too.
Yep.
Lauren,
We
thank you.
certainly-
And
yes,
I'm going to
ma'am.
go and pull my phone out, and I encourage other people to do the same thing and donate.
All right, I appreciate it. And Sharon, would you be okay if I took a picture of us? I have this. I have this thing called
I would love to do
a
the same
Polaroid.
thing. Would you do one too, Sam, for me? Sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, Sam, you want to take the first one?
Hold on a second. Wind's blowing. Thank you.
All right.
And then a Polaroid. That's so cool.
Ready? Yeah.
I bet
So-
you're getting a lot of that, aren't you?
Yeah, we've gotten a good bit. Some, I think, from people we certainly know, and then some from, I think, just strangers that are just driving by. And but I can appreciate their enthusiasm, without a doubt. So,
Even at this point of 22 hours into this.
22. Are we really 22 hours? We've got 2 hours to go. All right. All right.
Sleep's coming soon.
Sleep
for
is
all of
coming
you.
soon. Yeah,
For all
I
of
know.
you.
Yeah, I love it. Well, yeah. So awesome.
right, guys,
Well, Sharon, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
And you guys too, all of you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All
Outta
right.
here.
Sounds good. Bye, Sharon. Oh, well, look who it is. If it's not Miss Janie Dickens Bowman showing up. Anywho. Yes. I think that. Yeah, I actually love that Polaroid idea. I wish I would have remembered to do that the couple of times where I forgot. But there's always next year. My suggestion is to do this slightly earlier in October. Yeah, just when it's above, a little more above freezing overnight. Like I'd be good. Yeah, 50s overnight, great. I can camp comfortably, but I 30 it was 34, it was like 34, 35, yeah. Mhm. Um yeah, but I will say that, and I really haven't done a whole lot of talking around this, but this event is in no way supposed to make it seem like I'm pretending to know what it's like to experience homelessness. It's not for me to say that I spent one night on a bench, because by the goodness and the graciousness of God, I have not had to experience that. I was blessed to have a team here with me for the full 24 hours where I felt safe. I had a heated blanket. I had a pillow to rest my head on. I had the ability to be in community with others, and just in some great conversation. But I do want to highlight that there is kind of this element of a sobering element that comes into this event, where for 24 hours it doesn't really matter what's going on with the elements. Is that we are here having some raw conversations and just real conversations around homelessness, mental illness, poverty, no matter really what's going on around us. And so again, it's not to pretend like I know what any of us know what homeless experiencing true chronic homelessness is like. But yeah, there's just kind of this sobering element that comes with a 24-hour long outdoor event. So I want to say a big thank you. I've said thank you a lot, and that I appreciate you a lot to really everybody that's come up to the bench, who's had a conversation with me, and even some folks who came to just stand around the tent and have conversations with us. Some folks who walked through the building for the first time, maybe ever, if not, in multiple months, and came for kind of an updated tour and just wanted to show their support. So I want to just extend another as always, just ongoing thank you to every individual who has come and shown up physically to conversations on a bench this year. I'd also like to say thank you to every individual who followed along online with us and who shared and commented and interacted with us. You sharing that can really make a larger impact in our desire to increase awareness around homelessness, not just here in Winchester, not just here in the Northern Shenandoah Valley, but really across the U.S. And so I just want to thank you for the ways that you've joined us virtually, and that you've shared the incredible work that we do here, that we've done here for the last almost little over 22 hours, the ways just that you've shown up and that you've shared that. I also want to thank again Kit and his wife Maria Molden for their generosity to make the Ed L. and Christine C. Molden Beacon of Light Center possible. Really, without their generosity, we would not be at the point where we are at today with this construction project. Going along with the construction project, unfortunately, they were not able to join us, but I would really love to sincerely thank Key Construction. Janie's clapping, the whole team's clapping. Sam's doing a weird dance that we cannot show on. No, I'm just kidding. Sam's doing. We're so excited. No, we're so we're so just beyond grateful for Key Construction. Danny, Timmy, and just that entire team right up the street from us, a little further north on Valley Avenue. Guys, thank you so much for the ways that you have poured into this project. Before we had a contract, before really we had a lot of things finalized, you guys just continued to show up to make this happen, and I cannot believe that we are really just less than a month out from being at kind of the very end of the construction project. I would love to thank everyone who dropped off coffee and donuts and food, and that's, let's see, Lisa, our program manager, Emily, our community engagement coordinator. We had board members dropping coffee off. We had volunteers dropping coffee and donuts off. If we could like turn the camera around and show you the amount of coffee and donuts that we had, yeah, you guys would be just blown away by the generosity of Dunkin' Donuts and our volunteers and just supporters who showed up and donated that. Also, big thank you to Dave Kelly from Cafe del Sol for the absolutely delicious lunch. Janie's continuing to enjoy her chicken Caesar salad, it looks like. Crab cake salad. And so Dave Kelly, just thank you so much for that. And thanks for Cafe del Sol's contribution in supporting us. Our staff in particular, Sam and Brian, you guys, I really genuinely want to tell you that this is an exhausting event. I know for all of us. And, you know, being in the new building and sitting outside in pitch black darkness with a couple of lights around us, you guys made me feel safe. And so I genuinely want to just say thank you for that. I trust you guys, and I just love that you guys are so willing to step into a crazy 24-hour event. And so thank you guys for really setting everything up and running with us for the last 24 hours. And big thank you to our staff out at Cameron Street, because while we were here, what you didn't see on camera was everything that our staff and our volunteer team does every day. And so John Henschel and Rob and Lisa and Will and Bonnie and Emily and all of and Janie were all over at Cameron Street. And our overnight team, Al and Dave, were over there making sure that our programs just continue to operate. And so one of the things that I say a lot is that we have a rock star team, or we have a team of rock stars on staff, or a staff is incredible, but I really genuinely mean that. And it's just the deepest privilege, the deepest honor for me to serve alongside a team in this way. And certainly, and lastly, I would love to thank, again, Mr. George Carnes and his Wells Fargo financial advisors. Yes, Janie's clapping her hands. Everybody's clapping their hands. And Sam's back to doing a weird, though I'll approve of this one. That was a good wave, though it would be better if all three of you guys did it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Brian is, oh, I wish. You know what we should do next year? We need to get the meta lenses. Yes, the meta lenses that show like this view of you guys. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, I know. If you guys doze off, then you get it on camera. All right. Yeah. But again, just really want to thank Mr. George Carnes and his Wells Fargo financial advisors office down in Front Royal for so generously sponsoring this event with a matching gift. You guys know that our goal was $24,000. I'm almost confident that we're very quickly approaching that goal. If not, we've already matched it. We've already hit it. So as we finalize, I'm going to hop off here just for a couple of minutes, have a couple conversations with our development and our finance team. But again, guys, just thank you so much for the ways that you show up for crazy ideas, crazy events, and really, most importantly, for the people who walk through our doors in need of some hope and help. And so I'm going to again ask Brian, because he probably already has, but I'm going to ask him anyways, to put that QR code up. There's still an opportunity to give. As you know, every dollar that you donate is doubled. As I get some more final numbers pulled together, do stay tuned over the next hour and a half or so. We're going to have some more conversations. So stay tuned, guys. Appreciate you all. Look forward to seeing you here in just a couple minutes. All right, guys, we are back and we are live for the last hour and 40 minutes of this year's, I'll say this October's Conversation on a Bench 2025. Man, I'm just so incredibly blown away by the generosity of you guys showing up as we're looking online and finalizing some counting here from the donations that we've been given in person. We're pretty confident we are getting close to our goal. I believe we still have some more to go, a little bit. We're so close to our goal. Let me just say that. I'll also say I'm so close to losing my ability to speak, and just cognitive function is just potentially at an all-time low. But Janie says I'm good, so I believe Janie. But yeah, this has been a great conversations on a bench. Probably, I think one of my most favorite one conversation that I know. In fact, I think I just saw him pull into the building is Dr. Jason Van Huculum, Winchester City School Superintendent, and looking forward to having him join us. In the meantime, Sam or Janie, do you want to come and join us and talk about your experience with this October's Conversation on a Bench? Sam, what have you seen?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What has changed your life for the last 23 hours?
Yeah. I had a donut earlier that was, I'm gonna call it a revelation.
Okay.
Right. It was life changing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was because of the sleep induced or lack of sleep induced delirium.
Okay.
Or if it was really just that good, but I'm gonna go with it was just that good.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, in terms of what I've been hearing, unfortunately, we don't have a camera set up that lets us grab you guys and walk through the building and everything. But a lot of the people that have come and sat on the bench with you have gone into the building either before having a conversation here on the bench or afterward. And as we've been saying many times, our ribbon cutting is coming up on the 21st. That's a Tuesday. It's gonna be at 4 p.m. It's gonna be a public event, so of course everyone can come out and finally get their eyes on everything we've been working on here in this facility. But we just couldn't be more excited about that because everyone who has gone through it, including over the last 23 hours, 22 and a half hours, is just raving about it. It's just, and we even had some of our residents come in this morning and walk through the building for the first time as well. They're excited about moving in. Yeah, that's probably one of the things that if you've just been watching the live feed, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to hear or see yet. But you will on Tuesday, October 21st at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We're not scheduling events in Winchester on Pacific time.
Yeah. No.
So,
yeah,
but just want to clarify that.
Yeah, we'll leave that to our friends in Gresham, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington. Y'all can have PST.
That's right.
Though I do think this event has made me, I think, in the new year, sometimes you'll write that last year. I think this event will have that same effect on me, and I'll be like, "Hey Sam, are you available for a meeting at 3 p.m. EST?" I think that EST will just
it'll stick with you.
Yeah, it'll stick with me. So I don't know if it'll make me sound a little more mature or educated, or just what is going on with her. I don't know what kind of effect it'll have, but
it's for that same reason when I'm writing out dates, I like to put AD at the end.
Yes. EST.
I feel like it gives it that National Geographic feel.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like we took a normal thing and then we make it special by clarifying, what era we're counting from.
Yeah, precisely. Or we could go to military time.
We could go military time.
So drop the PM and then do EST after the military. We could. Problem
with military time, if you're not in the military, is it feels a little pretentious. You feel like you haven't earned it. I feel like you have to earn it to use military time. Like you've defended the country, you've put your life on the line, you've sacrificed. You know, if you're saying, hey, 1,500 hours, you've earned that right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel like a poser, frankly.
Yeah, exactly.
If I say something like that, it's like the closest I've come to military is, you know, Halo.
Yeah.
And Call of Duty. So I don't have the street cred to use military time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I admire those who do.
Yes,
I do.
yes,
Yeah.
certainly. 0500, you know, I set my alarm for 0500.
Yeah. No,
thank
I'm
you.
not there yet.
No, I'm not
there yet. I got to serve the country a little bit better before I can drop those kind of numbers.
Yeah. Well, Sam, I appreciate, I had mentioned earlier how grateful I am for both you and Brian staying up really overnight and staying up while I was curled up here for a little bit in the fetal position with my eyes closed.
Well, it's a short bench,
Yeah.
you know. So you didn't have a whole lot of space to work with, but you made it work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So appreciate you.
Yeah.
And look forward to closing out really great conversations on a bench with you and the rest of the team that's here. And really looking forward to, I mentioned earlier that Dr. Jason Van Huculum is here from
That's
Winchester
right.
City
Yeah,
Public
he's about
Schools.
to step up here
and
in just a moment.
Looking forward to that. So Sam, again, thanks as always.
Of course.
You bring a level of humor and
Thank you.
fun and joy and I think just joy for the people around you and the joy in what you do, no matter what you walk into. So thanks for that. Appreciate you.
Yeah, well, thank you. And thank you for saying all those nice things that I wrote for you earlier. I really appreciate that. You really pulled. It felt authentic.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't have known there was a script. So I really appreciate those thoughts. The delivery was good.
Yeah.
That's something that you don't get appreciated for, I think, enough is your comedic timing.
Yeah.
And your ability to take a script and really own it. So I appreciate that.
Plot twist, everyone. There's actually a screen with a running props,
like a
prop
running-
screen
yeah.
behind Sam at your 9 o'clock, our 3 o'clock or 0300. You know what I mean?
No, it doesn't work that way. Now we're crossing numbers over.
We just need to do that. And obviously, there's not a prompt screen. Obviously, I mean that very genuinely.
Yeah.
And just stoked to have you part of the Winchester Rescue Mission team. And look forward to having you up here.
Yeah.
Here again soon.
Yeah, great. All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of the way, and I believe Dr. Jason's gonna step up here in just a moment. So.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks. All right. Yeah. All right. Excited to have a good friend, and so many of us know him and love him, Dr. Jason Van Huculum, coming in from Winchester City Public Schools, serving as our superintendent.
Yeah.
Jason,
Good to see
welcome
you.
back to
Thank you.
Conversations
All
on a
right.
Bench.
I always enjoyed this opportunity.
Yeah.
So I think this might be the third or fourth time I've done this. It's
Mhm.
fantastic. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming back and joining us.
I love your new space. So
isn't it beautiful?
Yes. So congratulations. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
How many months have you been in?
4 years.
Oh, here.
Oh, sorry.
No, here.
Oh, I thought you meant in the construction process.
No.
Sorry, we've
Inside, done.
inside. So we actually haven't officially moved in yet.
Got it. Okay,
Mhm.
so you're still you're almost at the end.
We're almost at
Got
the
it,
end.
got
The uneven parking lot will be fixed at the beginning of next week, and then actually we're going to be having our ribbon cutting ceremony not next Tuesday, the following on the 21st at 4 o'clock, and then we will be moving our folks in at the end of October, Monday, October 27th. It'll be a whole big moving day. So excited, excited about that. I was obviously I've been on social media a good bit today. I saw that you all had a pretty cool event last night. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we hosted a literacy night for Corals Elementary School. We do this, we rotate it among our elementary schools. We actually host it at the Daniel Morgan campus. And, because those kids are obviously going to end up there at some point. So, we want to create that. It's an inviting space that's comfortable. Families and kids feel like they know the place. And great turnout. It was a sleuthing literacy night, which means they were detectives. And, kids got really excited about that and had a really good night. Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I love that. Literacy, you mentioned literacy. Literacy is one of the things that has been brought up in conversation by a handful of individuals that have come and sat on the bench with me, from Jason Craig at Valley Health and Mr. Chip Newcomb, teacher there at Hanley, and one of our city council members. In fact, he was telling me about an event that you all had at Hanley today. And so can you talk to me a little bit about that and how that came to be?
Sure. So we gave the PSAT to all of our 10th graders today. And so a lot of times when we do something like that, we tell the rest of the school to just show up late. But instead of doing that, the school came up with a great idea to bring everybody in, and we called it Level Up Day. And so, I mean, it was a wide variety of activities, not your traditional going to class day. Students, for example, seniors were doing adulting classes. They were learning how to change a tire. They were learning how to budget. They were learning how to maintain a good credit score. We had a guest speaker talk to our freshmen about their brand and kind of thinking of themselves as a personal brand and what that looks like, and how to, quite frankly, be careful of your brand. That in this day and age of social media where everything lives forever, you just want to make sure the decisions you're making as a young person don't, come back to haunt you when you're 23. And so really focusing on their brand. I just left there actually, and they were doing the amazing shake off, which is all the freshmen learned how to shake hands, look people in the eye, have good posture, speak with assertiveness. And so we had a lot of community leaders. Bill Wiley was there, one of our delegates.
He was here earlier.
Okay, great. Yeah. And then Les Veach, our mayor, was there. John Fox, another city council person. A number of community members were there. They each had a homeroom of freshmen. So they first practiced there with a community member. They did a competition. So there's one winner from every classroom. Then they had to come to the auditorium, and I was the final judge. And so I had, I think, 15 finalists and got to shake all their hands and declared the winner. The winner was Natalie. Congratulations, Natalie.
Yeah,
she was the best handshaker. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
So that was what I just came from.
Yeah, awesome.
We do all the things. We don't just teach math. We teach it all.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. And I know that Winchester City Public Schools just rolled out a new strategic plan. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? And because I know that some of the changes around Virginia S. Wells has been a topic of concern for many individuals. So how does Winchester City Public Schools and the way that you guys establish your strategic plan, is that affected by it? Are there any concerns that you all have? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's a great comment. How much time do we have? Several hours. Let's go.
Yeah, we got an hour.
No, listen, I do have concerns, and I've been outspoken in that. I'm not afraid to say that publicly. I have talked to leaders at the state level. So for those who don't know, the state Board of Education voted unanimously a couple weeks ago to raise what's called the cut scores for proficiency rates across the Commonwealth. So proficiency is your proficiency in reading and math. And they're really using this paradigm, what they call the honesty gap, which is a separate entity, a national entity that's really promoting this idea that states across the country are, quote, lying to the public. Because our proficiency rates in Virginia right now hover in the 70s. But the NAEP, which is a national reading assessment that's completely not aligned to what we do, and is a small sample of students across every state, is typically in the 40s nationally. And that's been true for decades. That's not new. And so there's this argument being played out that essentially standards aren't high enough in the states, and that there's an honesty gap, right? I disagree with that fundamentally. I think it's misguided. And so, but that's the argument. And so the state board did go ahead and vote to raise those rates. So in Winchester, for example, our proficiency rates typically are in the 60s. Ours are projected to drop into the 20s. Okay. So I have a lot of concerns just on the optics of it, but also the validity of that. I don't believe that's actually true. And also very concerned about graduation rates. Right now, our graduation rate's 92%. You have to pass your SOLs to graduate. If those SOL rates drop into the 20s, our graduation rates drop into the 20s. And my argument has been, we can have a conversation about standards and expectations. That's fine. I believe in 2025, we're playing the wrong game. And our kids, and quite frankly, our high school kids in particular, are silently exiting the game, and they're calling BS on it, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
And so, and interestingly, the industry, the public, parents, colleges and universities are screaming at K-12 education and saying, hey, you guys are sending us a bunch of 18-year-olds that don't think for themselves. All they know how to do is take a multiple choice test, because that's all you do for 13 years of your education. And kids think that every problem has 4 possible answers and only one that's true. And I'm like, we are missing the entire boat.
Yeah.
And that's why for us in Winchester, to answer your question specifically about the strategic plan, so proud of our board, because they've been courageous enough to say, we believe that education needs to be authentic, deep learning, hands-on, and relevant to the adult world that these kids are going to walk away into, and that there is zero evidence to suggest that practicing standardized tests is going to help our kids in their future. So this strategic plan in a nutshell for kids and families is a recommitment to that deep level learning, project-based learning, everything we're doing at the Innovation Center, which, by the way, we have a new film out that is fantastic, being shown nationwide, shown in Boston this week, Alabama, going to be shown in Germany in a couple weeks. Like, it is taking off like gangbusters. So I could talk for days.
Yeah, I
on this
love
topic,
it.
but,
I love it. I'm so
you can tell I'm
excited.
a little passionate about it.
Yeah, of course.
So I'll end with, I've been doing this for 30 years. And I've played the testing game, and I've played it well. I've won at every level, so to speak. As a principal, as a division superintendent, our data looks great when it comes to testing. As an old man, I am now reflecting and saying, I think we're playing the wrong game. And we need to fundamentally change what school looks like, specifically at the high school. We expect every 14 to 18-year-old to go through the same course of study. It's a Latinized curriculum that is over 100 years old. It does not match the real world of 2025. And that's just a fact.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I love that you are leading Winchester City Public Schools, because it is obvious how just on how you speak of how passionate you are. And I fully believe that you care so deeply about our kids, my little guy included. He's a first grader at one of the elementary schools here. And so, yeah, I'm grateful for the way that you serve so passionately. I had mentioned just a couple minutes ago that the concept of literacy being a social determinant of health has come up with a handful of individuals, Chip Newcomb, Jason Craig, and a handful of others. So how do you see, from a public education perspective, how do you see the importance and the role of literacy in kind of the trajectory of someone's life and in the success that they can experience?
100%. And so that early childhood education is so important. And let me give credit where credit is due. Virginia has stepped forward 3 years ago and adopted the science of reading approach to teaching at the younger grades. I 100% support that. We've implemented that here in Winchester and across the country. It's a new trend. And quite frankly, as in so many things in life, it's almost full circle, old school, right? Teaching phonics and things like that, not whole language. And, it's having an effect. It's really important. I would say a couple things. Yes, it matters. It has there's a lot of correlation, not causation, but correlation to lifetime outcomes. Your ability to go to college, your ability to make a life for yourself, whether you go, have issues with law enforcement. There's an old kind of adage that they quote build prisons based on third grade reading scores, kind of in anticipation of the future adults and whether they're going to be successful or not. So, it has high stakes. And so for us here in Winchester, what people need to understand in Winchester is reading literacy, being good at school is really tied to socioeconomics. It's
yeah.
also tied to culture. It's also tied to whether you know English or not, right? And so in Winchester, those are some headwinds that we experience as a school division that many other school divisions do not. So, for example, 85% of our students are on free and reduced lunch, which means they come from homes that still have loving parents. I never question the love and devotion of our families. However, they may be unstable. And when a kid, a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old lives in an unstable environment, not quite sure where their next meal is coming from, then they're not quite ready to learn. They don't walk in the door like, teach me how to read. They're worried about a lot of other stuff. And so those are the students that walk in the door for us in kindergarten. On top of 85% free lunch, a third, 31.5% of my kids are learning English for the first time. And, you know, this is just a fact. If you don't know English, you're not going to do so well in reading, right?
Yeah.
You gotta learn the language, and language acquisition takes time. And I was fortunate to live in Bolivia, South America for 3 years as an adult. I went there with no language, and I learned Spanish while I was there. And I know just enough Spanish to be dangerous, right? I know 3 years worth of Spanish. Certainly not perfect. Certainly, if you were to give me a Spanish reading exam, I would fail miserably. And I lived there for 3 years. So I would ask our public and policymakers to give folks a little grace when a third of my kids do not speak English. And then my reading scores are at 60%. That's pretty damn good, actually, you know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, unfortunately, the accountability system doesn't really take that into account. So I'm compared to Frederick County with, I think, 12% Hispanic, English learner population. Clark County, which is even lower than that. And then in the newspaper, it's like, well, this is a good school system. This is not, et cetera. And, you know, if you dig deeper into our data, you're going to find that Winchester outperforms on many metrics, and that the demographics drives a lot of that. I think nationally, what we know is that once they get to school, and this is just wholesale nationally, once they get to school, schools do a great job of teaching kids how to read. But when they come to school 100 yards behind the starting line, that gap persists, and it's really hard to catch them up to their middle upper class peers. So a lot of headwinds here in Winchester for those reasons. That doesn't mean schools aren't doing a good job, and it doesn't mean our kids aren't brilliant. The other thing I would caution people with literacy is more than reading these days. And so if you think back to the Middle Ages, you know, people in general didn't know how to read. The Catholic Church, you know, was, you know, driving a lot of policy decisions in Europe. And they kind of had this ownership over the masses because certain people could read. So reading, literacy as we know it, reading was a human right almost. And when people on the masses learned how to read, the doors opened, freedom happened, right? In today's day and age, kids and adults and all of us get our information in a number of different ways. So yes, reading is really important, but getting information has changed. So we need to not throw reading away and say it's not important. It's still very, very important, but we need to recognize that students and adults can be very successful in this world, even if they don't read so good, right? So YouTube is a great example. I mean, no one reads a manual anymore. You go to YouTube and say, how do I fix this, right? So no one is reading that technical manual. They're using digital media. So let's expand our definition of literacy and why literacy is important. Literacy is important for information gathering, how to use that and be successful in the world. It's now become more than just reading words on a page.
Yeah. I appreciate that a lot, that you kind of elaborated on that. And I believe it was Chip that I was having a conversation with a little earlier, and the importance of and reliance on technology and the ways that we have it as well. And so I think literacy can also includes how are you able to navigate things not on paper, not on a paper platform, but on a digital in a digital way. You know, on and I know Winchester Public Schools does a great job of encouraging you know, digital literacy. I'm struggling with my own words at this point.
How long you been going?
But, 23 3 hours
I'm at
and
the
15
end.
minutes.
Oh
so
my gosh.
you get the best. Oh my gosh, save the best for
You want me to just
less.
keep talking?
Yeah, right. Like I just
nod, fall asleep.
yeah.
23 hours, folks. Look
Yeah,
at that.
no, the
wow.
team,
Incredible. That's
appreciate-
amazing.
appreciate you guys.
Yes, you're going to give her some
yeah.
time off, I hope. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
well,
She can sleep for a day and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
Till Sunday
Yeah,
night. Oh,
and
just a
then,
little bit.
Monday at 0900, showing up the mission.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
That's incredible.
One of the things that, and I can't remember who I was talking to because there's just been so
Sure.
many really great conversations, is how frequently we as an organization at Winchester Rescue Mission have relied on the generosity and the, I think, community-oriented tendencies of Hanley students.
Yeah, good.
And so
Yeah.
we've relied on y'all's Interact Club. We have relied on FCA and just a lot of those students coming to us and showing up.
Fantastic.
And so I just want to thank you for that. And what would you say as a leader in city public schools is the benefit of having, young students being a part of and being integrated into community and experiencing things that that might make them maybe potentially slightly uncomfortable, but just stepping into, being really community oriented.
Yeah, I'm so proud of the work of our young people. And, I remind people there's a tendency the older we get, and I'm getting there, right? I'm turning 50 soon. And it's like I find myself acting like my dad. I'm like, oh no, the words out of my mouth. But there's a tendency the older we get to almost bemoan the youth and worry about like, well, it's not how we did it in my day, or, everything's going to hell in a handbasket. I'm here to tell you that's just not true.
Yeah.
The youth of today are bright. They are passionate. They will do things differently than we did, and we have to be okay with that. But just like you and I wanted to shape the world at a young age, they do too. And so there's a lot of hope. So don't despair is one message. And our kids in particular are very engaged in this community. You mentioned Interact. We have one of the largest Interact, which is a subsidiary of Rotary International service organization. And I think we have over 100 kids involved. They do countless hours of community service with a number of our nonprofits here in the city. And it does two things. One, it gives our students opportunity to engage in, like you said, uncomfortable places that kind of outside their comfort zone, but they get to interact with really awesome adults that are doing real work in the real world and learn from them in a very non-traditional setting, because they're watching. I promise you, our kids are watching us, and they're taking notes. They're taking mental notes. And so when you interact with our kids, they're seeing a compassionate female leader in our community, which I'm going to emphasize female leader, rocking it. Right. And so they're like, wow, okay, here's a leader in our community, and she's put together, she's articulate, she's assertive, she's kind, she's mission driven. And that makes an impact on our kids, girls and boys. Don't get me wrong. The other thing that I find is this is awesome, because a lot of adults are scared of our kids a little bit. They're like, when we do an internship or work-based learning, initially they have a little fear factor of, I don't know what to do with a 16-year-old. Like, I heard these 16-year-olds are, always on their phone or whatever, disrespectful. And what's happened is when our kids get in place, every time, and I mean every time, the adults walk away with they're blown away. They're just like, wow, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect to be so impressed with this 16-year-old, this 17-year-old. And inevitably they say they taught us something as well. And so it's a two-way street. And the more we can do that with our youth, and we're doubling down, not just in volunteering, but work-based learning experiences. We want our kids out in the day, taking third and fourth period off and going into the business world and shadowing and even doing internships, paid internships. And it's great for our community. I think it's brought us together, quite frankly. Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and definitely grateful for the Interact Club there at Hanley and Rotaract at
Early Act. Yes.
Rotaract is at the university, then Interact, and then Early Act. At Corals. I'm familiar with those guys.
Get them young.
And I mean, just real young little learners. I'm a really proud member of Winchester Rotary Club, and it's always so fun to see the little Corals students coming in. I love the way that they are so eager to serve, and that I think also is a testament to your staff, to your faculty,
100%,
because they just their leaders, the teachers, they have to have, I think, this disposition of leadership and ownership of what they can do to benefit their community. And I think, it's a great, I love being a part. I love having my son in Winchester Public Schools.
That's all I need to hear.
It's
the
just,
mic, right?
it's such a such a privilege.
Yeah.
So I appreciate
it's a privilege
you
for us.
Thank you for the time that you've come and sat with
Always
me.
good.
As always,
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Hope you
that was a good
have a
firm
great
handshake.
weekend.
Good job.
Yes,
Yeah.
We in fact
Get an A.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Who was Delegate Bill Wiley was here, and he was talking about that, and so I was like, oh yeah, like handshakes mean a lot to me, and eye contact, and I was like, nothing bothers me more than when someone goes in for a limp handshake or they don't make eye contact, and so handshakes and eye contact mean a great deal. So I appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do. Thanks for spending a couple of minutes with me on the bench.
Hopefully you get some rest.
I hope so.
Thank you for what you do. You are
Thank
a
you.
pillar in our community, and we appreciate what you do every day.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is that literally the end?
Almost. I can't even see. All right, 1:51. So that means we are an hour and an hour and 9 minutes. I'll just say that. Yeah. Yep. I'm not getting that specific. That's too many numbers at this point. We all know that I can struggle with that in general, but particularly now. So that was Dr. Jason Van Huculen, Winchester City Public Schools, and just talking about the importance of literacy and developing young learners and young leaders in this just beautiful Northern Shenandoah Valley community. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And so I'm going to take another quick break, check where we're at with fundraising. Brian's on it and already putting that QR code up on your screen. And a great way for you guys to support the work of Winchester is either scan that code or head directly to our website, winrescue.org, and you can give to us to help us make that goal of raising $24,000 happen. Really, guys, my goal is not just to reach that amount, but I would be so blown away and so grateful if we could surpass that. So if you would, this is a great opportunity. Every dollar you give is doubled because of the generosity of George Carnes, Wells Fargo Financial Advisors office down in Front Royal. George Carnes, thank you so much, sir. And I will be back on here in just a couple of minutes, likely joined by a couple other friends and potentially staff of the rescue mission, bringing us into the final hour of this year's Conversations on a Bench. We'll be back in just a moment.
What is up with that? Who's? Okay. So we're talking about the big issues here in the community. Braille on drive-up ATM machines. Who's using that? I just want to know. I just want to know. Drive-up ATM machines. First of all, that person's not driving. Secondly, they can't see the screen. So how are the buttons helping? I don't know. I just have so many questions.
Sam, I want to welcome
Talk about the
you-
real issues.
I want to welcome
Listen,
you
we've talked
to-
about a lot of other things today. Today we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty on the real problems. That's right.
Welcome to Winchester Rescue Mission, where we provide healing from the past, hope for the present, and hope for the future for individuals devastated by the effects of homelessness and poverty.
Correct.
I
And
don't have
humor in
the
the present.
answers. Yeah.
Okay.
we-
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm-
so
I'm not an
I see.
expert in that
I'm
field.
wrong conversation
Yeah,
on a
wrong
bench.
conversation
Sorry.
on a bench. Go to.
Sorry. That's for Bank of Clark County. I don't know. States. Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Listen, you know what?
More-
Let's support those people. That's what matters. That's what really matters.
Yeah.
So talking about supporting people, we're doing really well on today's event. I think we're just about at our goal.
Yeah.
So there's still time to give. Of course, if you go to our homepage, wingrescue.org, there's a button right there. Takes you right to the giving link. But we are getting really, really close from gifts given online, but also gifts given here in person. People who
Mhm.
visited the bench this morning. So yeah, really exciting.
Yeah.
Just the support that we get from the community is incredible, and it's the entire reason we're able to do what we do.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of people know, but actually a lot of people do not know still that we don't receive government funds. We
Mhm.
operate entirely off of the generosity of people in the community in the area, which frees us to really tackle the issues and not, have to,
Mhm. Yeah, be so concerned if
Right.
something gets cut,
Right, exactly.
or the ending of
exactly.
a
Or
specific
a certain
funding
program
project.
or whatever,
Mhm.
right? Exactly. So that funding that we see from the community, really frees us to just really focus on the work, and it also is just a constant testimony and reminder to how many people are really in this with us and seeing the issues that our neighbors are facing,
Mhm.
homelessness and poverty and these things,
Mhm.
and the related issues. And so, just tremendous. It's tremendously encouraging, and we just have a really wonderful community here in Winchester,
Mhm.
and we see that every day.
Mhm.
Today's one of those examples.
Today is definitely one of those examples.
Yeah.
I as you were mentioning, that we are pretty close to our goal. I see online, so when you give to our giving page online, I see that we're at 7,930, which is incredible, and we're finalizing some of
Mhm.
the gifts that have been dropped off to us in person.
That's right.
And again, just a big shout out to George Carnes, Wells Fargo. Financial Advisors Office, because of their generosity and their
Mhm.
sponsorship of this event. We have a $12,000 matching
Yeah.
for every dollar up to that is matched. And so to help us really reach our buy-in Fox, to help us reach, if not hopefully surpass our $24,000 goal,
Yeah.
which would be really
Yeah.
incredible. Sam, why do you think that the giving and supporting the rescue mission, when you donate a dollar, why is that so much more than just a dollar? Like in what you've seen in your time at the rescue mission, why is it something more than just donating a dollar, but something that we say is you're choosing to invest in hope? What does that mean to you?
Yeah. Well, on the practical, it's because every dollar that's given to us goes directly to the work. We're a local mission. We have surprisingly little overhead,
Mhm.
largely due to just our huge core of volunteers. I can't remember the hours off the top of my head, but it equates to something like $500,000 of time invested by our volunteers, and so that money is going directly into the work, and that work is the people in this community. These aren't faceless number people, right?
Mhm.
These are actual people. You see them on the street, you see them in your neighborhood, you live near them, that are coming right into the mission and And when you're giving money to us, the reason we call it investing in hope is because hope is really the business that we're in, right? It is looking at a situation and saying that situation does not have to remain that way.
Yep.
And so you're making that transformation happen when you partner with us, when you give financially, when you volunteer your time. You're investing in hope because you're investing in that belief and in that reality that we can together make a real change that hasn't yet manifested, right? And so we can look at somebody and we can say, where you're at today does not have to be where you're at tomorrow, and it doesn't need to be where you're at tomorrow. And all of our supporters make that possible. So we want to think about. We always encourage our everyone to think about supporting us, not just in I don't know what kind of generic term you would use, donating to a charity, right? But that whenever you can think of it this way, whenever you give money anywhere, you're investing in something, right? And so when you give money to us, you're investing in hope, which is the whole business that we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We got to last night talk to Pastor Mike Molden from First Christian Church. And
he's a great guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And he and I got to speak briefly on why we feel like the church is should be involved in ministries like Winchester Rescue Mission, and how what kind of almost responsibility I think the church has to care for individuals like those who walk through our doors. And I'm going to get this right this time, because at some point when I had the great privilege of introducing Sam at one of our events, I had a complete brain fart on the name of Sam's church. So not only are we privileged to have Sam on staff with us as our development director, but Sam is actually the lead pastor at a network of house churches, Hope Valley Church. And so at our, again, I'll throw myself under the bus here. At our gala,
I've forgiven you.
Okay, thanks. It's on like my dear Lord, please continue to forgive me for, even though I know that's not how that works. More so, I think it's just makes me laugh kind of just thinking about it. And I was like, and Sam Rogers, our community engagement director and local pastor. Okay. All right, Lauren, just
local pastor.
trap myself.
I mean,
of the church, a local pastor of the church. And I'm like, super.
I mean, it was at least
You're
accurate and true.
Yeah,
pastor of a local church. That's factually accurate. Yes.
I've been more right other times. As
not
we love
the most
to say.
wrong you've
it's
ever
not
been.
The most wrong
Right.
I've ever been.
Yeah.
But as someone who works for a ministry like ours, and someone who leads and has been involved with church ministry for years, what responsibility do you think churches have to become involved, and what ways do the churches have to be involved and support the rescue mission?
That's actually, it's a great question, and it's one that is actually pretty profound and deep and has a lot of layers to the answer. But the simplest way to think of it is, and I think if I'm just being totally honest, this is something that churches, in my experience, too often forget. And that is that there's a handful of things that Christ clearly called the church to do. And I think we focus on a few of those things really well, and I think that there's a few things that we don't focus on quite as well, at least in my experience. And I just mean church like broadly, all the churches of any given community, really. And one of those things that I think we can sometimes forget is that Christ has called his church to genuinely be a blessing to the community in which it's present, to care for people who are forgotten, people who are disenfranchised. You go and you read like the writings of the apostles and stuff, and they're talking about the widow and the orphan, right? These are people groups in their time and culture that didn't have a way of providing for themselves, and that were being forgotten and could easily be overlooked. And so, even James would write and he would say, true religion is to care for the widow and the orphan and to visit somebody, the person who's imprisoned, right? And so, I think just speaking pastorally, we think about the duties of the church as given to us by God, right? And we think, sharing the gospel, growing the church, and I would say yes. And also caring for the practical needs of the people in our community, and especially those who don't have somebody caring for them, right? To be the manifest love and provision of God in our community, right? There are people out there, they're praying, literally praying, right? That God will provide for them. And I believe that God uses his church to do that. And so, the Rescue Mission, we're Christian, we're faith-based, just like we have been from the very beginning. In 1973 is a good year. I've heard. I wasn't alive at the time.
Yeah, I was. As I
don't
like
know.
to say, two separate selves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jenny was.
We have the
Jenny
great
was very young.
wisdom
of
Janie.
She was alive. So it's been part of and this is something, when we give presentations to, new volunteers, new donors coming in, when I've spoken to churches before, at the core, and I kind of alluded to this already, at the core of our mission, I really believe, is the genuine belief that lives can be transformed through the work of God and through the presence of his people serving and caring and meeting those needs. And so, for local churches that are out there, if you've not been, maybe I'll just segue into this. If you've not been involved, or you think we have been involved in somewhat and would like to get more involved, we'd like to have a conversation with you about that, because there's a unique role that churches play. If you think about our community, right, and you've got different groupings and different demographics and et cetera, and different interests and that kind of thing. Each one plays a unique role, right? And we could go through, those who support us and volunteer, and they all play different roles. And churches serve a very unique role in the work that we're doing, and we definitely want to see just see those partnerships grow.
Yeah. You and I have had a couple of meetings over the last couple of weeks discussing the ways that churches can become involved. We've talked through, what volunteering can look like. We've talked about being involved or being a part, making Winchester Rescue Mission a part of kind of their missional budget. Can you talk a little bit more about those two things, and if there's other ways that for any churches or folks who maybe aren't on staff at their churches, but who attend their churches and might want to encourage their churches to become more involved?
Yeah. So there's really three that come to mind. And we shared this, what was it? A week or two ago now, we had our building blessings. We're inviting pastors and leaders from churches that support the mission to come and pray over a new building and just bless it for the work that we're going to be doing here. We shared three things there, and I'll share them again here. One is, as we've said, we rely very heavily on volunteer work for the things that we do. 20 to 30 people a day are needed to get the work of the Rescue Mission done. And that number is actually going to go up as we open our new building. It's going to be more like 40 people working a day. And so one of the ways the churches can really support us is, keep us in the front of the mind of their congregation, of their members, as they're singing in church Sunday morning and they're reading the Bible and it says, get out there and go bless people. And they're going, all right, how do I do it? Add us to the list of one of those possibilities of, hey, I could go partner with the Rescue Mission. Our beliefs are aligned, our values are aligned, and just keep us in the front mind of your congregation as a way that they can volunteer. And we'd love to come and talk, about that. Which, another way is we've been asking churches maybe do like a missions Sunday once a year if you haven't already. We'd love to come and speak. On a Sunday morning, just present the work of the Rescue Mission to your church and how you guys can get involved. So we'd love to come and share. There's been times where we've had, let's say, a really large group from a church wanting to volunteer, maybe like, one of their house groups or life groups or, churches call them different things. and we've gone and just done an orientation, a volunteer orientation just for that group and presenting to them. So inviting us in to present to your churches is another way. And the third way is, and I know this as a pastor myself, most churches have a missional budget, right? There's a part of your budget that you set aside to make sure that you're funding local and maybe international missions. And so, I would just say, consider adding us to that. If you're thinking what ministries are out there that our church wants to support in a regular, ongoing way, consider us for that if you haven't already. We do fundraising, obviously, kind of a lot because we're entirely donor funded. And so, we do fundraising events, and there's different times of the year where, we're blessed, by donations. But honestly, a really important part is what we call sustained giving, right? And so, if you're thinking, okay, how can I help the mission? How can I support the mission? If you're back there, as a pastor or something, but I look and think, okay, what's the best thing our church can do for this organization we want to support? We would tell you sustained giving is one of those ways because it helps us budget, it helps us plan. It's great when large gifts come in after an event. Obviously, that's a huge blessing, but it's also tremendously helpful as we're planning for the future. We're thinking 12 months out, 18 months out. Okay, we want to expand programs to have some kind of predictability to the donations that are coming in, so that it just makes us more effective, and that way it's tremendously more helpful. So again, thinking about including us in your church's missional giving on an ongoing basis. It could be monthly, it could be quarterly. That is a huge blessing for us. And all of those really are pretty simple things to do. None of them involves building a car from scratch with your bare hands or, carving a monument out of marble.
Yeah, wrestling.
Although if you wanted to do that,
bear,
wrestling a grizzly bear, that would be dangerous.
Yeah,
and complicated.
And difficult. That's
And I've never done it, but I've heard it's quite complex.
I've never done it. I don't want to think about doing it because of.
Well, they're big, and they're it's the claws. Is what I've heard. It's the claws.
I'm sure they smell maybe too, and I love them. This is I think they're great. They're cute animals, but I want to
when they're
do
little.
that. So,
when they're little.
All this to say, it's not nearly as difficult as it is as wrestling a grizzly bear.
Right.
There are far, more difficult things to do than getting involved. Yeah.
So in short, give to Winchester Rescue Mission. It is easier than wrestling a grizzly bear. And that's true.
Yeah,
we can say that. We can say it because it's true. It is easier than wrestling a grizzly bear.
We need to make that like a tagline or something on.
Right. That's our next T-shirt.
That's our next. That we do.
We'll get a grizzly bear costume.
A grizzly bear.
We'll get a grizzly bear costume. We'll have Will wear it
with a luau
and then
shirt.
We'll say, "Giving to us is easier than wrestling this guy." This is what we do. We sit around and we think up fundraising
guys, welcome
opportunities.
to hey, here's a thought. If you guys are watching, here's a thought that Sam and I have had, and I don't know how convinced the staff are about doing this, but you and I have kind of jokingly talked about doing a podcast. I think I'd actually rather be pretty hilarious. High quality content.
Yeah. If you would like to see a podcast from us, just hit the like button on these videos.
Yeah.
Donate a lot of money.
Yeah. Add a comment so that we can go back and see
and then
it.
We'll go back. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think for our ego's sake, if we have at least one comment, we say it's a go.
I think it'd be great.
I think it's great.
Yeah. I feel like we just call the podcast "What's Up with That."
Yeah.
Yeah, love or.
Now,
that's
Jenny,
a better one.
You're
that's
getting
a better one.
Too
Jenny,
genuine over here.
Jenny, it is a better title. She said, "Love fueled and barrier free."
Yeah.
That is a much better title than mine. Not as funny as mine was, but much better. So,
I want a shorter version of a name of a podcast of easier things than wrestling a grizzly bear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't wrestle the grizzly.
Yeah.
The podcast.
Yeah. And so,
Yeah.
somehow,
Yeah.
somehow
I
incorporate.
really
that.
feel like this is gonna take off.
I really do.
10 years from now, they're gonna go, "What's up with the Grizzlies everywhere around the rescue mission?" We'll go, "Well, it's funny you ask.
Yeah.
One time we were
Yeah.
sleep deprived and quasi delirious,
Yeah.
and we were making weird analogies,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and then it just took off.
It just took off. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm for it. I like it.
let's do it.
Yeah, I'm definitely for it.
Yeah.
On a more serious note,
Yes.
I've seen her, I think, twice in the last 24 hours, but I have not yet had the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with her. And as I'm looking at time, I don't think we will because of the time. You mentioned the opportunity to volunteer, and one of our newest, if not the newest, staff member of ours is Miss Emily Child.
Miss Emily Child.
And so she stepped in as our community engagement coordinator under you, under your, following your leadership. And tell us a little bit about, I guess, Emily and her role.
Yeah, well, if she watches this, she's going to absolutely hate probably everything I'm about to say.
Yes, probably.
But that's okay because what I'm about to say is true. So, Emily came on. Emily and I really were kind of teaming up really for development. As you guys know, I did focused on volunteer coordination for the last 2 years. And now as we're growing and we're expanding, I'm focusing more on the fundraising and development aspect of it. And so we brought Emily in to manage the day-to-day of the volunteer program. And she's doing great. Emily is incredibly passionate, just the absolute sweetest person ever. Just and just jumps right in and has I feel like you would think that she'd been part of our team for a much longer time than what she has been, because she definitely just has fit right into the team. Brings a lot of passion to her work. Yesterday I walked in and she was doing a new volunteer orientation with 3 new volunteers. And if you've not yet gotten to know Emily, maybe you've been getting a lot of emails from her if you're in our volunteer program already. But if you've not gotten to know her, definitely stop by sometime in the morning and get to see her. Because I think she's going to take the volunteer program to the next level. And is absolutely the kind of person that inspires you to work harder and do more and do it with a smile and enjoy it even when it's hard, which I think is kind of the culture of our whole team. And so she's fitting just great. And she's a master's student for counseling. I'm so sorry, I can't remember the exact degree, but it's counseling related. She's a master's student at Shenandoah University right here. So you guys can cheer her on in that progress of her career. But she's been great. Yeah, really great.
Yeah.
And I've been telling everybody that you're going to like Emily more than you like me, which I think so far has been true. I do. I think it's been true so far.
And they don't say anything because they
don't say
feel
anything because they're
bad
too nice.
about saying that it might be true that.
Well, people are very kind and magnanimous, and they don't hurt my feelings. And I appreciate that about them. But at the same time, we all just go, look, we know what the truth is, right? You know, we know what the truth is.
Yeah.
So it's like Disneyland. Disneyland's nice, but once you go to Disney World, you realize this is so much better than Disneyland. It's a whole world.
Disneyland,
right? It's everything that I loved about Disneyland, but it's a whole world of it. That's how Emily is.
That's it.
Emily's like Disney World. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Sam, thanks for joining me for the last couple of minutes up here on the bench. We've got, let's see, what's coming up next? We have National Feed at 2:45. Can you believe that we are in the less than 45 minutes of this?
We're getting really close.
Crazy event.
And actually, before we get off, pause here for a moment. I'm going to say something because if you've been watching the feed the last couple of hours, Lauren has been praising everyone around her as she is want to do. It's very, very, it's par for the course for you. You're a very great leader who inspires your team and praises your team very well. And we appreciate that about you. Even when you make us sound better than I think we probably actually are, but so I just want to return the favor. Lauren is an absolute powerhouse. So yes, we've been working. Me and Brian have been working on the thing. Lauren has had the least amount of sleep and the least amount of comfortable seating, by the way, because benches are great, but they're not really designed for being on for 24 hours straight. And so I was thinking earlier, if you guys remember the 1991 masterpiece action film Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And if you remember the Liquid Terminator, the T-1000 in that movie, he could not be stopped. That's actually what really made that movie so compelling, is because you thought Arnold Schwarzenegger can't be stopped, but then also this guy can't be stopped either. How is this going to play out? Anyway, if you're familiar with that movie, if it's bringing back memories, I want you to think of Lauren as the T-1000. Only rather than bringing rather than bringing death and destruction, you're bringing joy, joy and hope and a spirit of partnership with the community, an attitude of we can get things done. So if you can imagine Lauren as the T-1000 of joy and hope and getting things done in the community, that's really what you've been, and it's inspiring. And I assume that you'll be sleeping for 48 hours straight after this, and you deserve it. But yes, really well done. All the nice things you say about us is equally true about you, and I want to make sure that it gets said. If you guys know Lauren in the community, then you know that she is one of the best people living in the Shenandoah Valley right now. She just is. I'm not even being hyperbolic. I really actually believe that's a true statement. So anyway, yeah, you're a great leader. Really appreciate you and what you bring to the mission. And yeah, you just been inspiring and really great today. So good work.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Love having a great team that I do around me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Awesome. All right, guys, we're going to put up that link one more time just to give you one more opportunity to give. Still more time to give as we count down the last 35 minutes here on Conversations on a Bench, October 2025. Excited to come back to you one more final time for this year's event. So excited to be rounding out this great event with you. Do stay tuned. At 2:45, we will be joining the other 70 plus rescue missions across the U.S. in this absolutely incredible event. We'll be back soon, guys. Do stay tuned.
what he's done for all the families, for all the children, for all the people in our program, for the staff. And like this would be awesome just to give him praise. Thank you. Thank you. And what exactly are we standing by for? What's happening in 20? Oh, okay. Oh, great.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Perfect.
Hey, my name's Ed Stetzer. I am not sitting on a bench for 24 hours. I'm actually the dean of the Talbot School of Theology, and I'm here in Boulder, Colorado. This is my hotel room. I left a meeting so I could be together. I really just want to, I mean, how are we not, like right now? I wish we could all just applaud to the CEOs who've been 24 hours on a bench. These conversations have been helpful, challenging, informative, and more. And it points us to some really beautiful realities. And one of those beautiful realities reminds us of the mission. Now, if you're a Christian, if you're a follower of Jesus, you're sent on mission by Jesus. In John chapter 20, verse 21, it says, as the Father has sent me, these are Jesus' words, as the Father has sent me, even so I am sending you. Now, if you're not a Christian, by the way, all these CEOs and all the leadership here, we'd love you to receive by grace and through faith the good news of the gospel. But if you are a Christian, then you're sent on mission by Jesus. And we've seen the mission expressed beautifully in the last 24 hours. You see, when Jesus came, he said throughout the Gospel of John more than 40 times that God the Father had sent him. I've been sent by the Father, for the Father sent me for this. And then at the end of the Gospel of John, he utters those words that I quoted, as the Father has sent me,